Chapter 1378. Upper Three Heavens, Southeast, Flat Mountain Ridge. Chu clan. Back to a few months ago. Dong Wushang, Rui Butong, and the rest had been practicing diligently. Ever since they escorted Han Shaoran and the rest back to the Chu clan, their passion for practicing increased day by day. After this adventure outside, both of them realized one thing. There were so many heavenly layer experts, and their current cultivation was nothing. So these two brothers fully displayed the spirit of fighting for their lives. Every day, they would find a spacious place to fight. Mo Lei and Mo Qingguo fought against each other. Occasionally, both of them would exchange blows with Dong Wushang and Rui Butong. Rui Butong turned into an indomitable cockroach. Every day, he was beaten to death by Dong Wushang, but every day he would provoke him recklessly. Occasionally, when both of them had a new understanding, they would work together to challenge Yu Lingxue. Every time, Yu Lingxue would beat them up mercilessly. There were fewer and fewer external forces in Flat Mountain Ridge, and it was getting more and more peaceful. Here, too many people had died. Not everyone in the martial world was unafraid of death. Mo Lei had been accompanying Mo Qingguo. However, during this period of time, Mo Lei discovered a strange phenomenon. That was, Mo Qingguo's personality seemed to be changing day by day. Mo Qingguo was very strange during this period of time. She was a young girl who was close to 14 years old. Her figure was gradually growing. She was tall and slender, like a willow swaying in the wind. Gradually, she began to emit the kind of peerless beauty that belonged to the world. Although they were both women, Mo Lei sometimes looked at Mo Qingguo's eyes with some enchantment. Mo Lei herself was a beauty. Before this, she didn't think that there was any woman in this world who could receive her praise or be convinced. But now, facing the budding Mo Qingguo's charm, she sincerely felt ashamed of her inferiority. So Mo Lei paid more and more attention to Mo Qingguo. She wanted to find out which part of Mo Qingguo was better than her. The more she felt inferior, the more she looked, the more she admired the current Mo Qingguo. Could be said to be perfect. That kind of immaturity seemed to be gradually fading away. What replaced it was not the gentleness of a young girl, but a kind of spiritual aura that was threatening. It gave people a kind of feeling that this kind of girl should not exist in the mortal world. She should be in the sky, singing and dancing. From the bone, from his soul. Every movement, every frown, and every smile, the quiet elegance he exuded was enough to make anyone, regardless of whether they were men or women. When he first saw her, it was a sense of inferiority. Mo Qingguo's change was not only in this aspect. In his attitude towards people, there were also some changes. Originally, when she saw Chu failing in Yang Ruolin, she would pester them, especially Yang Ruolin. Mo Qingguo's mouth was sweet as she circled around Yang Ruolin. She was afraid that her future mother-in-law wouldn't like her future daughter-in-law. But now, when she saw Yang Ruolin, Mo Qingguo became bashful. She blushed and wanted to escape. Yang Ruolin couldn't help but laugh at Mo Qingguo's change. She said, "Little girl, you've grown up. You actually know how to be shy." However, Mo Lei could faintly feel that it wasn't that simple. Moreover, Mo Qingguo was becoming more and more taciturn. Some of his habitual movements had also unknowingly changed. She was forced to do so. In the past, when she was deep in thought, she liked to use this posture, squatting on the stone steps, holding her cheeks with both hands, her eyes frozen. But now, she would place one hand on her thigh and the other hand gently supporting her temples. Her eyelids drooped, and her gaze was on the ground. In the past, when she was happy or when she encountered something funny, she would open her mouth and laugh without any scruples. But now, the corners of her mouth curved, revealing a smile. But even if it was a smile from the bottom of her heart, in Mo Lei's eyes, it had an almost gentle and melancholic taste. What exactly was going on? Perhaps only Emo Chingu herself knew such a change. The little girl was also very confused. She also had a feeling of not being able to adapt to her own changes. Emo Chingu didn't know when it started, but she started to have a strange dream repeatedly. She was very scared and very puzzled. Why would I have such a dream? And each time it was more realistic than the previous, more comprehensive than the previous, and closer than the previous, until the most recent one, which made Emo Chingu feel scared in the dream. She grew up bit by bit, and then got injured, and then her talent was destroyed, and then the clan was indifferent, and then she was bullied. Even when she was destroyed, the second brother who loved her the most happened to be going on a long trip. She looked at him with tears in her eyes, hoping that her second brother could help her and give her a hand. But her second brother sighed and turned his head away. At that time, her whole body was cold. Emo Chingu clearly remembered that she was born in the same person as in the dream. The only difference was that Chu Yang wasn't in the dream at this time, but in real life, she was holding the dreaming of a gentle dance saber, and the clan had also snatched her saber. Of course, the reality was the same as the dream. When her second brother was faced with her cry for help, he also sighed and turned his head away. Or maybe it was because of this that I was very dissatisfied with second brother and very disappointed. Emo Chingu said to herself. Then, when she finally grew up, it was a few years full of darkness. Suddenly, a clan proposed to the Emo clan. They wanted to marry her, and that person was someone she hated to the extreme, and was a well-known playboy. How could Emo Chingu be willing to marry such a person? So, Emo Chingu chose to ask her second brother for help. At that time, her second brother was in the Songlan battlefront. After her letter was sent out, there was no reply. Then, the woman who had been following her second brother came back. She told her, "Give up, second master is very busy. How can he have time to care about your matters?" That woman, in reality in this life, was eldest brother's woman. She was sent to second brother's side, but she was controlled by second brother. But in the dream, the news she brought made her all disheartened. From then on, she didn't miss her clan at all. Her mother was also begging her to marry him, so Emo Chingu was completely disheartened. She chose to escape. At that time, she chose to escape from the clan in the dream, and found a place not far away to hide. She thought, if the clan is anxious, if father is sad and upset, then she would rather suffer and get allies for the clan and just marry over. But no, father wasn't anxious. After she went missing, he just did a hasty search. 2 days later, he told the clan that she was missing, and then chose another woman from the clan to marry over. From then on, he didn't care about her at all. From then on, she was completely disappointed in the clan. So, from then on, she wandered the world. Finally, one day, she wandered the world. In a purple bamboo forest, she found a lonely swordsman. His name was Chu Yang. This lonely swordsman, he had the same name as Brother Chu Yang in this life. In the dream, Emo Chingu even had such a feeling. And they looked the same too. Both of them were lonely people. They were like two lone wolves who had been alone in the desert for a generation. Now they had finally met. Emo Chingu suddenly had a feeling of empathy. Every time she saw this lonely person, she seemed to have a kind of comfort in her heart. So she felt more and more that this person was very pitiful and wanted to comfort him. Then, after the two of them separated, she still missed him from time to time. Is he as helpless as me now? Finally, once again, when she went to the purple bamboo forest that she liked the most, she met him again. At that time, he seemed to be missing something very fragile. So she comforted him casually. But when he looked up at that time, the despair and a little bit of tenderness in his eyes struck her heart like lightning. She told him her name. The two of them became familiar with each other. Then, perhaps because she wanted to comfort him, or because of some other reason, she said, "Don't be sad. Why don't I dance for you?" My mother said that a daughter should never dance for the rest of her life. Be careful that one dance will be bitter for the rest of your life. But at that time, she wanted to dance for him. Even if one dance would be bitter for the rest of her life, the moment her red dress fluttered, she clearly saw the appreciation, tenderness, and a kind of doting in this person's eyes. It was this kind of doting that conquered her in that instant. This person was a swordsman. He believed in a heartless swordsman. He couldn't reach the peak of love. So, right from the start, she said, "I can't hurt you. I just want to practice the sword. Please leave." But she was very persistent. "Even if you don't want me, I am willing to use my loneliness to warm your loneliness. So," she said, "I'm willing to let you use me to practice the sword. Even if you crush my love, if you can get the essence of the sword that you want from me, I'm willing." When two lonely people were together, they were no longer lonely. "I'm giving not for you to accept me or to hurt me. I just want to give for you. I'm also willing to be hurt by you." So, step by step, they were entangled, separated, and reunited again and again. That heartless person took up all the space in her heart step by step. However, he still couldn't forget the fact that he had to avenge his master, his junior brother, and his sect. He was burdened with a monstrous blood feud. He could even feel that the bitterness in his heart was so thick that it could melt into juice at any given moment. She had a feeling that if he continued to torture himself like this, sooner or later, he would collapse. He hugged his sword when he slept. Every day when he had nothing to do, his eyes would look at his sword with such concentration. His sword was all his hope for revenge. She was very curious. Could it be that, to a man, a cold sword was actually more beautiful than a beautiful woman? Am I more beautiful, or is the sword more beautiful? He often woke up from his dreams and shouted, "I'm going to kill all of you." Every time that happened, she would use her arms to hug him tightly until he calmed down. Every time that happened, her heart would ache so much that she would cry for this man. Today was the birthday of Lone Wolf in the Forest Alliance Master. Alliance Master Lone Wolf had been supporting him since the opening of the book. He had never left and had taken great credit for himself. "Here, I wish Alliance Master Lone Wolf a happy birthday. Every year there will be a day like this. For my brother, I'm asking for birthday greetings from everyone. Thank you. G." Chapter 1379. Then, after giving up all her feelings, Emo Chingu realized that what she wanted was not just simple giving. A woman needed someone to rely on in her life, and this person had already become her reliance, but that lonely swordsman still chose to leave heartlessly. He wanted to break through the merciless barrier of the sword path and turn himself into a cold sword to avenge his master and junior. She begged him, but he left in the end years of separation and reunions, years of mutual harm, years of, finally, after he rejected her, she left with a broken heart. She met with an ambush on the way. He rushed over with all his might, but she had no strength left. But who would know how satisfied she felt when she laid in his arms and saw him crying anxiously? But she still had regrets in her heart. Was she more important, or was the sword more important? Was she prettier, or was the sword prettier? The pride in her bones did not allow her to bow down to a sword. So she struggled and said to him, "I am prettier than the sword." This sentence was originally to ask, "Chu Yang, am I prettier than the sword?" But when I saw him nod his head vigorously with tears in his eyes, I was satisfied. I did not say the last word. Emo Chingu sat on the stone steps and recalled her dream. Her delicate face was full of confusion. "I have had this dream countless times. Why? If someone knew about Emo Chingu's dream and looked at Emo Chingu's expression now, they would realize that the current Emo Chingu was exactly the same as herself in her dream. That kind of gentle expression of waiting again and again, night after night. Emo Chingu woke up from her dreams with a start. At first, it was just intermittent fragments. But in recent days, this experience would be repeated in her dream almost every 3 to 5 nights. It was a complete repetition. Emo Chingu was really scared. What was going on? Why was it that her dream and reality were clearly the same person, but their experiences were so different? Why was it that the Chu Yang in her dream and reality were clearly the same person? But whether it was temperament or everything else, they were completely different. If this was a dream, then why was it the same every time she had the same dream? If this was not a dream, then some things and periods of time were already in the past, and she was not in the third heaven now. Those were clearly impossible to happen again. Why? Mo Ching Wu was terrified. At a time like this, she longed for Chu Yang to be by her side and explain this bizarre matter to her. But Chu Yang wasn't here. So Mo Ching Wu couldn't tell anyone about this, therefore. She kept it in her heart and endured it all by herself, moreover. Mo Ching Wu discovered something to her surprise. His mood was gradually changing. Some of his habitual movements had also changed under the influence of the dream. It was the kind of thing that became a dream. Finally, on that day, Mo Ching Wu suddenly felt a boom sound. An inexplicable message suddenly surged into her mind. At that time she was eating, but she was suddenly stunned. Then she screamed. He fainted. Then everyone seemed to have received a clear message. The heaven's passage had opened. The calamity, sword master, had obtained the calamity, sword fragment. However, in the Chu clan, other than a limited number of people, no one took this matter to heart. Instead, Mo Ching Wu suddenly fainted. This was a major event. No one knew that Chu Yang was in the pagoda mountain when Mo Ching Wu was unconscious. The moment he picked up the section of the calamity sword with one hand. On the other side, Chu Yang had obtained section 1. On the other side, Mo Ching Wu suddenly fainted. There was not the slightest difference. Yang Ruolin instantly panicked. During this period of time, Mo Ching Wu's obedience, cuteness, cleverness had already won Yang Ruolin's favor. Yang Ruolan was a little young, but she was a lowly who was deeply in love with her son. She was a peerless beauty who had made a solemn vow to marry her son. Yang Ruolan couldn't find fault with her, even if she wanted to. She really doted on Mo Ching Wu to the core. At this moment, seeing Mo Ching Wu suddenly faint, she instantly felt a sharp pain in her heart. She hurriedly caught her and held her in her arms. Then she started to issue a series of orders. Get the doctor, get the doctor, get the Moon Breeze elders here too. Oh, I'd better go personally. Then she carried Mo Ching Wu and ran all the way to Ling Xue and Feng Yuro's residence. But the Moon Breeze elders couldn't figure out why Mo Ching Wu suddenly fainted either. All the doctors were at their wits' end. Everything was normal, but he was still unconscious. What was going on? Not more than 15 minutes later, Mo Ching Wu woke up. She suddenly felt that there seemed to be something extra in her heart. But what exactly was it? She couldn't grasp it at the moment and didn't dare to believe it either. It was just that, after waking up, there was a desire in her heart that burned uncontrollably like a raging fire. Chu Yang, I want to see you. Now. Immediately. It was so urgent that the longing was about to crush her little heart, to the point where it was unbearably sour. Mo Ching Wu had the idea of leaving this place, looking for Chu Yang, seeing him, asking him, then, unlike Mo Ching Wu, Dong Wushang and Rui Batong, clearly knew that once the heavens opened, their brothers would come up. They also wanted to leave this place. Once again, out of the southeast. This time, it was different from before. This time, they were really fighting side by side with their brothers. This was the real way to dominate the world. Dong Wushang and Rui Batong had improved very quickly during this period of time. Both of them had entered the peak of second-grade Supreme Martial Artist level and were only one step away from third-grade Supreme Martial Artist. In Yu Lingshue's view, Dong Wushang's speed was crazy and rapid improvement. As for Rui Batong in Feng Yuro's words, it was incomprehensible improvement. Dong Wushang was a powerful saber supremacy. The path was completely opened and he was improving day by day. This could be understood very well. Rui Batong, on the other hand, was puzzling. Rui Batong didn't seem to have good aptitude, but his cultivation speed was completely on par with the genius Dong Wushang. This was what was strange about the Moon Breeze couple. Neither of them knew that during this period of time, Rui Budong's phoenix bloodline, as he cultivated like his life depended on it, it was surging fiercely. In the face of Dong Wushang's terrifying cultivation speed, the pride of the phoenix bloodline was aroused on the contrary. It was Feng Yuro and Yu Lingxue who stopped cultivating during this period of time. Their realms didn't move, didn't increase or decrease. Dong Wushang and the rest couldn't understand the two legendary supreme martial artists' idleness. At this point, they were already regressing. Why did the Moon Breeze couple suddenly stop improving? But they didn't understand. Feng Yuro and Yu Lingxue's desire for a child of their own bloodline, especially after knowing that Chu Yang was the Tribulation's swordmaster. This desire grew bigger and bigger, because Chu Yang had promised, and the promise of the Tribulation's swordmaster could definitely be fulfilled. So, the two of them were full of joy and just waited. And the Moon Breeze couple knew that they were already infinitely close to the critical point of breaking through the void. If their child was born after going to the Heaven Imperial Court, the couple really didn't have the confidence to be safe in that environment. On the contrary here, they could sit back and relax. For the child's safety, the couple stopped cultivating without any discussion at all. To the couple, for the sake of having a child of their own, for the sake of their child's safety, even if the couple's cultivation fell to its original level, they had no regrets. When Dong Wushang and Rui Batong proposed to leave the southeast, the Moon Breeze couple expressed their absolute understanding. But Mo Qingwu's insistence on accompanying them was somewhat incomprehensible to everyone, and after Mo Qingwu fell into a coma, there was also another strange thing that happened. Mo Qingwu's cultivation had actually miraculously increased by several levels because of this coma. From the peak of 5th grade Martial Saint level, she rocketed to the peak of 2nd grade Martial Saint level. This was something that had never happened before in the history of the heaven, and Mo Qingwu herself was still in a daze, faced with such a miraculous improvement. Everyone in the Chu clan was dumbfounded. Even the Moon Breeze couple was dumbfounded. Even if there were some signs, it wouldn't be so strange. But this was the truth. 5th grade Martial Saint level when she fell into a coma. Then she woke up. 2nd grade Martial Saint level. It was as if he had been cultivating alone for several decades, while Mo Qingwu was in a coma. Everyone almost fainted. Some were even considering if they should think of a way to faint like this once too. Faint once. She could increase by 4 levels of Martial Saint level. This was definitely not a loss. After the Moon Breeze couple discussed with Yang Ruolin and the rest, they finally agreed to Mo Qingwu's request. They had no choice but to agree. These little girls had an expression that said, "If you don't agree, I'll sneak away." And at such a young age, they didn't know where such a deep yearning came from. The yearning in their eyes almost overflowed the entire flat mountain ridge. Faced with such a situation, Yang Ruolin couldn't help but sigh. Her son Chu Yang was indeed a weirdo. To be able to make such a young girl so infatuated, what a talent. In order to take care of her and to be her companion, Mo Lei agreed to accompany them. And so Dong Wushang Rui Batong Mo Lei and Mo Qingwu stepped out of the Chu clan on the 2nd day after the Heaven Passage opened. The only thing different about this trip was Mo Qingwu. Mo Qingwu was dressed in red, like the most dazzling sunset. Even her waist was tied with a red cloth. Mo Qingwu had always liked the color red, but she had never liked it as thoroughly as this time. There was a pair of red cloud steel butterfly hairpins on her head, as if they were about to spread their wings and fly. The scabbard on her waist had also turned red, that dreaming of a gentle dance saber, which was definitely the number 1 in the heaven, hung obediently on her waist. The delicate scabbard hung on this slender waist, as if it could break her waist in half. When Mo Qingwu stepped out of the gate of the Chu clan, Everyone was stunned for a moment. They were all amazed. Then everyone had a clear feeling that the current Mo Chingu seemed to be different. The four of them rode out, whipping their horses and galloping out. Mo lay, or seemed to have heard Mo Chingu mumbling something to herself. Her voice was extremely low. Chapter 1380. Although Mo Chingu and the other three encountered quite a number of obstructions along the way, their strength was no longer what it used to be. They rushed out of the southeast with ease. Mo Chingu was a little quiet throughout the journey. Dong Wushang and Rui Batong, who couldn't hear Mo Chingu sweetly calling out Brother Wushang and Brother Batong, were a little disappointed. What was the reason for this obedient, cute, and sweet little sister to suddenly become so quiet? Both of them were a little worried. They were out of the Xiao clan's territory the day before. Everyone also quietly heaved a sigh of relief. Along the way, they were most concerned about the Xiao clan's movements. Since there was no movement from the Xiao clan, the four of them were still full of confidence in dealing with other forces. This night, they camped in the wilderness. "Xiao, what's wrong with you?" Dong Wushang took the time to ask. "I'm fine." Mo Chingu smiled lightly. "You've been very strange recently." Dong Wushang's rough face was full of worry. Mo Chingu smiled slightly. "I'm really fine." "Second brother Dong, you've been brothers with Chu Yang for so long. Tell me what happened between you two." Dong Wushang was a little stunned. He really hadn't heard the term second brother Dong for a long time. Also, why was Mo Chingu interested in those things? However, since Xiao Wu wanted to hear, and it was something that even Dong Wushang himself couldn't forget, Dong Wushang was naturally happy to tell her. Therefore, the topic was pulled far away by Mo Chingu's simple and ingenious words. Mo Lei, who was at the side, rolled her eyes helplessly. She was completely speechless at Dong Wushang's failed attempt to get information out of him. "Back then Dong Wushang began to narrate excitedly. Rui Batong also leaned over to listen, occasionally chiming in to add a few words. Mo Lei was even more helpless. "Go and ask Mo Chingu what was wrong." This was what Mo Lei secretly told Dong Wushang and Rui Batong, because these two had been in contact with Mo Chingu for a long time and had always been respected by her. Therefore, out of concern, Mo Lei sent the only two generals she could use over. Who would have thought that before she could even finish asking a question and get an answer, it would turn into these two idiots blowing their own trumpets? Mo Lei held her head in her hands. He silently looked at Dong Wushang and scolded him in his heart. Can this guy still have some intelligence? Mo Chingu listened to their stories with great interest. She didn't even blink and was often deep in thought. This made Dong Wushang even more excited. Among his brothers, Dong Wushang could be said to be one of the most clumsy talkers. Listening to his stories was extremely boring. Mo Chingu had previously rejected Dong Wushang because of this matter, but today he was actually listening so intently. How could Dong Wushang's confidence not increase greatly? He even thought to himself, I do have some talent for storytelling. They would have children in the future. So I told her stories to coax her. He didn't notice that Mo Lei was already speechless because of his stuttering narration. In that case, Chuyang is still quite sentimental. Mo Chingu suddenly said without rhyme or reason. Dong Wushang and Rui Batong were speechless. Why did he suddenly say such a thing? Wasn't that obvious? In this world, she had never seen anyone who valued relationships more than Chuyang. Why did Mo Chingu, who was the most infatuated with Chuyang, say such a thing? Of course, Dong Wushang said affirmatively, Chuyang values relationships. This is recognized by the brothers. Mo Chingu was deep in thought. She blinked and said, in that case, he is not a heartless person. Dong Wushang and Rui Batong were speechless. Rui Batong reached out a hand and touched Mo Chingu's forehead. Little Wu, do you have a fever today? Why are you always talking nonsense? Mo Qingwu's eyes flashed. She smiled lightly. Why is he not a heartless person? Dong Wushang and Rui Batong were dumbfounded for a long time. They made a decision at the same time. Don't talk to this little girl whose brain is suddenly in a knot. This girl is already unreasonable now. The two of them wiped away their cold sweat and retreated. Fortunately, Mo Qingwu didn't continue to pester them. Instead, she smiled affectionately as if she was very satisfied. Then, she sat under the roots of the tree, lowered her head and placed the dreaming of a Qingwu saber on her lap. She stroked it gently. An intoxicating smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. Dong Wushang and Rui Batong hurriedly turned their faces away. The little girl's smile was really lethal. The two of them were almost stunned. Rui Batong went hunting while Mo lay, or prepared to barbecue and cook. Just as they were preparing, they saw Mo Qingwu also walking over. Go and rest. Mo lay are ordered with an unquestionable identity as an elder sister. Little girl, why are you here? Mo Qingwu showed an elder sister smile and said, Let me do it. Mo Lei's mind was in a mess. With a clang, the dark saber in Dong Wushang's hand fell to the ground. His eyeballs almost popped out. He had known Mo Qingwu since the lower three heavens. When had he ever seen this little girl cook? Every time it was when someone else was cooking, she would wait with a greedy look. After it was done, the little girl would always sweep the food clean with both hands, eating until her hands and mouth were full of oil. She couldn't stop praising. So delicious! So delicious! Then, after eating, she would hold her little belly and sigh. I ate so much again. What should I do? Now this little girl actually wanted to participate in cooking? Mo lay. I was pushed aside by Mo Qingwu in a daze. Then they watched Mo Qingwu collect the dead branches and then skillfully set up a rack. It was actually extremely standard. Then she skillfully lit the fire. There was actually no smoke and the fire was lit. Dong Wushang and Mo Lei were shocked. This was easy to say, but to really do it, one had to be experienced in the martial world. Not to mention Mo Qingwu, this young miss who had never done any household chores. Smack! Rui Batong, who had just returned, was shocked to see Mo Qingwu busy. The 4 hairs in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. The hairs were still alive. Instantly, one scurried to the left and the other to the right. Rui Batong actually hadn't reacted yet. Right at this moment, Mo Qingwu took a big stride forward, grabbed the hairs by the neck with one hand, and threw them out, smashing the other one to the ground. Both hairs passed out at the same time. She did the same with the other hand. In an instant, the 4 hairs passed out on the ground. This was even more the way an extremely experienced veteran would deal with a problem in such a situation. Knock the hairs unconscious instantly, but not kill them, so as not to affect the meat quality. Dong Wushang exclaimed, "This is really unbelievable." Mo Layer nodded in a daze. Then Mo Qingwu picked up the hairs and went out slowly. She found a place where there was no wind, cut open their bellies, skinned them, and cleaned them. Then she brought them back, strung them up with branches, and hung them over the fire. Then she started to sprinkle various seasonings on the rabbit meat skillfully. Very skillful, not a single bit messy. The control of the fire was just right. Not long after, a strong fragrance began to spread. Drops of grease fell onto the fire. It filled the barbecue with even more flavor. When this strong fragrance came out, Mo lay, or almost wanted to hide her face. She was so embarrassed that she couldn't show her face. Her barbecue skills actually couldn't compare to a little girl like this. She was an assassin, the 2nd generation of the Black Demons. Her wilderness survival skills were simply too horrible to look at in front of this fragrance. Have a taste. Mo Qingwu finally finished barbecuing. She separated the rabbit meat with a smile, one for each person. Dong Wushang and Rui Batong Both ate the most delicious barbecue in their lives. With the first bite, both of them almost bit off their own tongues. This kind of deliciousness even made them feel extremely regretful. Such delicious barbecue, but there was no wine, what a pity. Even. Both of them had a feeling that Mo Qingwu's methods and the taste of the barbecue were somewhat similar to Chu Yang's. However, it was even more delicious than Chu Yang's. Of course, both of them didn't know that Chu Yang's culinary skills were so good because he learned them from Mo Qingwu, and Mo Qingwu's culinary skills were so good. It was also because she often cooked for Chu Yang over a long period of time. Just as they finished eating, the few of them heard unusual movements at the same time. At the same time, they became vigilant. Then human figures appeared in the shadows of the forest. A large number of people were approaching from all directions. A voice chuckled and said, "It's really delicious. I can already smell the fragrance from a long distance away. Who is the chef here? I wonder if I can have a taste?" Dong Wushang and Rui Budong's expressions changed at the same time. This was definitely not a coincidence. They came prepared. This place was already a full 4,000 miles away from the flat mountain ridge. It could be said that the other party took great pains to choose this place. If it was a day earlier, for the four supreme martial artists, it was completely possible for one of them to escape the 2,000 miles back. But it was different now. This place was almost out of the Shao clan's territory. It could be said that all the way back was the Shao clan's territory. Here, facing the Shao clan's heavy interception, it was absolutely impossible to rush all the way back. Dong Wushang's right hand was firmly on the handle of his dark saber. He said in a low voice, "Who is it? Come out." Under the light of the fire, Mo Lei Er's hand was on the handle of her sword. Rui Budong's expression was heavy. Only Mo Qingwu looked calm and peaceful. She was still handling the leftover bones of the few people and burying them in the ground. There was actually no trace of panic in her actions. That person laughed loudly. "Is the one who spoke Second Master Dong Wushang?" Second Master Dong is indeed a hero. His shout is mighty and majestic. You live up to your reputation. Dong Wushang, Rui Budong, and Mo Lei Er's expressions became even uglier. The other party was very clear about their background. What did this mean? Mo Qingwu laughed softly and said, "There's a traitor in the Chu clan." That person laughed and said, "Miss Mo is indeed the disciple of the supreme martial artist of the world. You are indeed perceptive. You are really admirable at such a young age." Mo Qingwu said lightly, "You are here for me, right? Let the three of them go, and I will go back with you." That person laughed heartily. "Miss Mo is indeed smart. She has indeed come for you. However, we absolutely do not dare to let these three people go. Once news of this gets out, how can this old man bear Supremacy Ning's revenge?" Today's first update. There will be a chapter later. Gee, it's the end of the month. Because of my poor update, I am embarrassed to ask for monthly votes. However, after tomorrow, the monthly votes will be invalid. If you have extra, you can give me too, haha. I went out to buy things with my wife this afternoon. Due to some reason, my wife refuses to let me enter the mall with her. I waited in the car. It was cold outside, so I listened to music and ate loquats in the car. I opened the car window a crack and peeled the loquats while throwing them out. After a while, someone suddenly knocked on the car window. I rolled down the car window and saw a beautiful woman. She was really beautiful and had long hair. She was looking at me angrily, cough. I thought it was a romantic encounter, so I decided in my heart, I will not be seduced. Then I asked lecherously, "Miss, what's the matter?" The beautiful woman stared at me and said angrily, "Look at me!" I looked and saw that her snow-white down jacket was covered with loquat skin. It was exactly what I threw out just now. In all honesty, I really didn't do it on purpose. Oh my. Chapter 1381. Mo Qingwu smiled faintly. "You want to catch me just to threaten my master. Since that's the case, you will face my master sooner or later. What are you still worried about? That's only natural. However, its operation is of utmost importance. The voice from the shadow laughed. Dong Wushang said lightly, "It's not that easy to catch me." The four had the same hunch. There was a traitor in the Chu clan. The identities of Mo Qingguo and the others were no longer a secret. Other than the fact that Dong Wushang and the others were Tribulation's secret, all their other identities had already been exposed. And the ambush this time was planned precisely because of the close relationship between the traitor and the Shao clan. This was something that everyone had already thought of long ago. But even so, the traitor's position in the Chu clan couldn't be too low. Otherwise, they wouldn't know. But now was not the time to think about this. The crisis was imminent. Without looking at each other at all, Dong Wushang and Rue Batong had already determined their respective tasks. Rue Batong would attack. Dong Wushang would stay behind. With a long laugh, a figure with his hands behind his back appeared under the light of the fire. This person was dressed in black, tall and slender, with 3 strands of long beard floating in front of his chest and brushing gently with the wind, looking very handsome. "I'm Xiao Wufeng." The man smiled slightly. "Second Master Dong and Brother Rue are geniuses. You're only in your 20s, but you're already second-grade supreme martial artists. Compared to the two of you, I'm much more useless. I've wasted 3,300 years of my life this year, but I'm only a supreme martial artist. I'm ashamed. Dong Wushang said lightly. "Since we've come to this point today, not to mention supreme martial artist, even if you're a peak supreme martial artist, we won't give up at all. Old guy, what do you think? Do you think you can scare people just by saying that it's of supreme quality?" Xiao Wufeng's face darkened. He looked carefully at Dong Wushang and nodded in praise. "Second Master Dong is indeed rough, but meticulous." Rue Batong laughed. "It's not that he's rough, but meticulous, but your strategy is too old-fashioned. So old-fashioned that I don't even hesitate to criticize you." There was a muffled snort all around. Obviously, the Shao clan experts, lying in ambush, couldn't hold back anymore. "What are you snorting for?" Rue Batong squinted. "What, all of you have been eating and not drinking for the past few days? Can't you pull it down?" More than 10 people stood out from the darkness, their faces full of anger. Rue Batong had successfully attracted the aggro of the opponent to himself. However, he was clearly not satisfied and continued to clamor. "Don't blame me for looking down on you. If you have the guts, find someone with the same cultivation level and fight me one-on-one." One of them snorted coldly and said indifferently, "When we have absolute advantage, we can't do anything. You still want to fight like a cornered beast?" Rue Batong sneered. "I really look down on all of you. You're such a big family, yet no one dares to fight Grandpa alone? Where are your guts? Have they all turned into needle tips? Why don't you tear off your faces and stick them on your butts? Come on, big family, is there another man? Are there any more? Where was the man? Where were the men from the big families? Where are the men of the Shao family?" Everyone from the Shao clan trembled with anger. This bastard's words. "This is too mean," Rue Batong continued to clamor. "Damn it, so this is the case. The big Shao family doesn't even have a man with balls, so they have to ask me to grow old. But although I'm single, I still have some scruples. There are too many wolves and not enough meat. Can I fucking serve all of you?" These words were extremely mean. Mo Lei and Mo Qingguo both blushed. However, the effect they wanted was immediate. A thin old man cupped his fists and asked, "Elder, Xiao Changhe requests to fight. Teach this arrogant man a lesson." Xiao Wufeng frowned. He said, "Be careful." However, he didn't stop him. This Xiao Changhe's cultivation level was the same as Rue Batong's. He was also at the peak of the second grade, but his combat experience was at least 1,000 years more than Rue Batong's. Xiao Wufeng was very confident about this battle. This was also the reason why he agreed. Dong Wushang and Rue Batong both breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't a chaotic battle, The two were confident that they could drag on indefinitely. Whether it was Chu Yang or Mo Tianji, they had both reminded them more than once. When you're at an absolute disadvantage and there's no hope, what you have to do is to stall for time, even if there are no reinforcements at all. You have to stall for as long as you can, just as long as you can. A long night is fraught with problems. Only with a buffer of time would there be changes. If victory and defeat were decided in one move, then even if there were reinforcements, it would be too late. Now, the two were doing just that. Although they were isolated and helpless, they had to work hard until the last moment. A figure flashed, and a sword light came like lightning, accompanied by a cold shout, "Rue Batong! Come out and accept your death!" Rue Batong raised his hand and deflected the long sword with a paw sound. His body flew out in an erratic manner as he laughed loudly. So the Shao clan actually managed to find someone with balls. Come, let me see if it's a woman dressed as a man. Suddenly, a cold light burst out from the short sword, and it stabbed toward the crotch. Shao Changha cursed loudly. He crossed his legs, and the long sword poured toward Rue Batong like a river. The two of them rolled and rolled into a ball. The cultivation of the two was almost exactly the same. At this moment, Shao Changha's countless years of combat experience became especially important. Xiao Wufeng also narrowed his eyes and watched seriously. He agreed to fight one-on-one, partly because of Rue Budong's provocation, and partly because he was foolproof at this moment. The news came that the Moon Breeze couple was still in the flat mountain ridge, and Wu Jueqing had already arrived in the northwest. There was no longer any power nearby that could influence the battle. Since that was the case, it was better to observe the martial strength of these two young people. He heard that the magical Chu Yang's martial strength was about the same as these two in front of him. This would also lay a foundation for the future. The sounds of fighting were endless, and the two figures flew here and there like ghosts. It was obvious that Rue Batong was slowly being forced into a disadvantageous position. The offensive was already in Shao Changha's hands. This was a victory. When the ratio of offense to defense exceeded 80%, it was a victory. Mo lay, or stood behind Dong Wushang all along. In places where the light couldn't reach, when Rue Batong was fighting, Mo lay, or seemed to be afraid, and moved a step behind Dong Wushang. No one paid attention to this small detail. Finally, Rue Batong shouted, "Damn it, I'm so angry. I'm going all out." Everyone's eyes were focused on the battle. Rue Batong let out a loud roar. The short sword in his hand suddenly activated his internal energy. The short sword suddenly shot out thousands of sword auras in auspicious colors. It rushed over with a rumble. Victory! Everyone in the Shao clan was overjoyed. Rue Batong was obviously going all out. And when he went all out when the battle was at a disadvantage, the openings he exposed were not just one or two. There were a total of 4 or 5 fatal weaknesses. As long as it was his first move back then, he could easily send the long sword into any part of his body. Shao Changha was in the battle and naturally understood this better than anyone else. A grim smile appeared on his face, and his long sword met Rue Budong's short sword. After blocking with his sword, the long sword could pierce into Rue Budong's heart, but he didn't want to do that. Instead, he made up his mind to cut off this little guy's tongue first. 2 swords, one long and one short. In the air, they met each other fiercely. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. Without any sound, the long sword in Shao Changha's hand suddenly broke into 2 pieces like tofu. The battle was like a pantomime. In the cheers of the Shao clan, Shao Changha was full of confidence. Even the position of his feet had begun to change, and the tip of his feet began to shift outwards. After the collision, the long sword would go in, but at this moment, the long sword suddenly broke into 2 pieces. The upper half of the sword broke away and somersaulted in the air, reflecting the fire at the side of the field, looking gorgeous and dazzling. Shao Changha didn't even have time to react. after the collision, although his hand was lighter. But he still followed the original plan. With a shake of his wrist, the long sword rose and pierced towards Rue Budong's mouth. If the other half of the sword was still there, this sword would definitely have cut off Rue Budong's tongue. But now, when it was half a foot away from Rue Budong's mouth, it stopped. Then Xiao Changhe felt a chill in his chest. Then he felt himself flying up. He indeed flew up, and with a sword in his hand he was in the air with a whoosh. But it was only half of his body. At the moment when the long sword broke, Rue Budong didn't give anyone a chance to react at all. He took advantage of the momentum and chopped Xiao Changhe's body into two halves. Blood spurted out. Everyone was stunned at the same time. In that instant, the victory that was originally 100% certain became a failure, and Xiao Changhe's life was lost. With a thud, Xiao Changhe fell to the ground. Only then did he let out an incredulous scream. "Ah, what's going on?" Rue Budong panted heavily and said quietly, "Nothing's going on. It's just that this short sword of mine is a sword that can cut iron like mud. That's all." Half of Xiao Changhe's body was on the ground. He looked at Rue Budong fiercely and said hatefully, "You are despicable." "I admit that I'm despicable." Rue Budong's mouth twitched. "I also admit that you're noble and upright. You relied on your numbers to ambush in advance and kidnap a little girl. Very noble, very open, and above board. I admire you, a saint." Xiao Changhe screamed and suddenly fell to the ground. He was dead. There was silence. Xiao Wufeng looked at Rue Budong, his eyes full of murderous intent, and said lightly, "What a good weapon!" Rue Budong grinned. "Actually, I just wanted to drag someone down with me. Now I've done it. Even if I die, it's not a loss." Xiao Wufeng nodded slowly. "Very good. Rue Budong, even you said it's very good. Are you going to send another person out for me to kill? Hey, is there anyone with balls among you? Is it a man? Come, fight to the death with me." Xiao Wufeng's eyes were cold, and he waved his hand. "Let's go together and chop him up." With a shout, the masters of the Xiao clan rushed over from all directions. Chapter 1382. No one paid attention to Mo Lei. Just as Xiao Wufeng shouted, the figure behind Dong Wushang suddenly faded and disappeared. Shadow Phantom Track. The Black Devil's unparalleled stealth and assassination skill. Dong Wushang let out a wild roar and unsheathed his black saber. The huge saber blade was brimming with majesty and power. His majestic body stood there like a lofty mountain range and couldn't be shaken. And Mo Qingguo stood quietly at one side. She held the dreaming of a gentle dance saber in her hand, but it had yet to be unsheathed. Her expression was calm with tiredness. The crowd surged forward. This time, the Xiao clan came purely for Dong Wushang and the others. A total of second-grade, peak-level experts, for third-grade supreme martial artists, 2 fourth-grade supreme martial artists, 1 fifth-grade supreme martial artist, led by a second-grade supreme martial artist. A total of 14 people, 14 supreme martial artist experts in the world. With such strength, facing Dong Wushang and 2 second-grade, peak-level supreme martial artists, no matter who it was, they would definitely think that they would win. And in fact, it was indeed so. Rue Budong shouted and took the lead to attack. His body fluttered and turned into a stream of light, speeding out. The short sword in his hand slashed out fiercely. His speed had obviously increased again. In an instant, he flashed in front of 5 second-grade supreme martial artists and 3 third-grade supreme martial artists. The short sword in his hand stabbed at each of them. He challenged 8 supreme martial artists at the same time like crazy. The 8 supreme martial artists paused at the same time. It was not that they were afraid of Rue Budong, but they were afraid of the sword in his hand. Wasn't a divine weapon terrifying? Everyone knew that Xiao Changhe, who was accidentally killed by Rue Budong, had a sword that was not inferior to their own. It was also a sword that was as precious as one's life. But under the opponent's short sword, it was not even as strong as a piece of tofu. Now that they saw Rue Batong slashing at them, who would be fooled? However, just as they retreated, Rue Batong let out a long laugh in the next moment. Suddenly, with an inhuman speed, he transformed into thousands of clones and attacked the 8 people at the same time. This time, the 8 supreme martial artists were so angry that their noses were crooked. He was only a second-grade, peak-level supreme martial artist, but he was facing 5 second-grade, peak-level supreme martial artists and 3 third-grade supreme martial artists at the same time. He was even fighting 1 against 8 without any scruples. He was simply too arrogant. Even if your sword is the Calamity Sword, you can't be so arrogant. The 8 of them were enraged and attacked at the same time. On the sidelines, Xiao Wufeng and another 5th-grade supreme martial artist were on standby. The 2 4th-grade supreme martial artists stepped halfway into the arena, ready to deal with any attack from Mo Lei, or who had suddenly disappeared. Mo Lei suddenly disappeared. Everyone was aware of it. However, he did not take it to heart either. She was just a 1st-grade supreme martial artist. The one who was under the most pressure was the 3rd-grade supreme martial artist, who was left alone, because Dong Wushang had already found him. Mo Lei, Ai's sudden disappearance caused Rue Batong to suddenly go crazy. It was to restrain the majority of the forces. And from the very beginning, the 2 of them already had a plan. Since Xiao Wufeng, the 2nd-grade supreme martial artist, didn't make a move at the first moment, and the 5th-grade supreme martial artist's position, he and Xiao Wufeng looked at each other, which proved that these 2 old guys respected their status and disdained to bully the weak. He only planned to observe the situation and did not plan to personally make a move. As it turned out, the 2 of them were right. Even if there was only 1 3rd-grade supreme martial artist left, Xiao Wufeng was not worried at all. No matter how fierce this 2nd-grade supreme martial artist Dong Wushang was, he couldn't be more powerful than a 3rd-grade supreme martial artist, right? But Xiao Wufeng did not know that he had made a fatal mistake. This 2nd-grade supreme martial artist Dong Wushang was not an ordinary supreme martial artist, but Saber Master, the Saber Master who had rarely appeared in the history of the heavens. In the face of a strong enemy, in the face of a 5th-grade supreme martial artist who was completely above him, Dong Wushang's demeanor was as calm as Mount Tai, as if his side was sure to win. Dong Wushang strode out, looking down at this 3rd-grade supreme martial artist, and said lightly, "Supreme martial artist of the Xiao clan, do you dare to take a blow from me?" This 3rd-grade supreme martial artist's eyes showed disdain and amusement. His sword flashed, and he looked down on him, not saying anything, meaning, "Come if you have the guts." Dong Wushang swung his arm. Boom! The scabbard of the black saber came out of the saber and shot out like a thunderbolt. And his body, suddenly it straightened abruptly. At this moment, it was as majestic as an indomitable spirit, and he shouted, "Slash!" The big saber slashed out with a whoosh. Halfway out, he suddenly became one with the saber, and his whole person turned into a long rainbow, crossing a distance of 50 feet. Holding the saber with one hand, he slashed down like a thunderbolt. The power of this saber tore the whole space apart, and there was an involuntary feeling of tragedy. With a clang, that 3rd-grade supreme martial artist pushed away the scabbard of Dong Wushang's black saber with his sword. He only felt a shock in his wrist and a heat in his palm. While he was still in shock, Dong Wushang's saber had already come over with the force of a thunderbolt. This saber was made with all his strength, with all his essence, energy, and spirit. This 3rd-grade supreme martial artist could clearly feel the opponent's overwhelming willpower. If he dodged, the opponent's attack would definitely be like raging waves, and he would be at an absolute disadvantage in the first instant. And then the battle would last for a very long time. As a 3rd-grade supreme martial artist, if he was forced by this guy who was lower than him, where would he put his face? Besides, Dong Wushang's saber had completely locked on him, and his aura, spirit, and mind were all locked on him. Even if he dodged, he would have to pay the price. This third-grade supreme martial artist roared, and his long sword was tilted, and he neutralized and blocked at the same time. 50% of the force was diverted, and 50% of the force was repelled. Xiao Chongyun was careless. Xiao Wufeng sighed slightly. This saber should have been blocked with all his strength. However, he was not worried. Xiao Zhongyan was a whole cultivation level higher than Dong Wushang. Even if he was careless, nothing would happen. The difference in strength allowed Xiao Zhongyan to have enough power to turn any situation around for Xia Shuwei. Maybe the weak could win against the strong, but it would never happen in a fair head-on battle. But he didn't know that Dong Wushang was a saber master who could challenge someone 2 levels above him. And he didn't know that this saber master's hand saber was not only a peerless weapon, but also a full 570 kilograms. Dong Wushang's majestic body suddenly fell, and the more than 250 kilograms black saber smashed hard on Xiao Chongyun's long sword. He didn't hold back at all. Pa! Xiao Chongyun's eyes were filled with horror. The long sword made a brittle sound, and suddenly broke into 2 pieces. Then the 2 pieces shattered in the air at the same time, turning into debris all over the sky. And Dong Wushang let out a long roar, and the heavy black saber smashed the other party's long sword. It went straight in, piercing through the chest of this third-grade supreme martial artist who was dodging in a panic. His sternum was shattered, and he went straight into his chest cavity. The fierce saber energy stirred the internal organs of this third-grade supreme martial artist into a pulp, and blood splattered. Dong Wushang didn't even look at it and leaped straight away. It was like an unstoppable hurricane. He rushed out fiercely. The body of this third-grade supreme martial artist was neatly split into 2 halves, and Dong Wushang rushed out from the 2 halves of the body into Rue Budong's battle circle in one go. Perhaps this third-grade supreme martial artist Xiao Changha wouldn't understand until he died. From the moment Dong Wushang attacked, his target was Rue Budong's battlefield. As for himself, Dong Wushang didn't think that he had the ability to stop him at all. He was just a passerby, completely ignored. One saber strike, rushing into the place where the enemies were the most concentrated. This kind of dominance, especially when it was a second-grade supreme martial artist facing a third-grade supreme martial artist, was simply rare since ancient times. Even if Xiao Changyan was at his peak state, fighting steadily and steadily, when faced with a second-grade supreme saber and a fierce and domineering martial maniac like Dong Wushang, he could take him down in 7 or 8 moves. And when he was careless, what was even more fatal was that he actually met Dong Wushang head-on, which was several times stronger. Although he died a little too quickly, it wasn't an injustice at all. Dong Wushang let out an earth-shattering roar, falling from the sky like a mountain, like a meteor with a bloody glow. He rushed into the battle's circle, violently. At this moment, Rue Budong was already in imminent danger. 8 supreme martial artists were pinned down by him alone. The pressure at this moment was simply unbearable. Although the other party had dodged his short sword, although the dagger had dodged, there were 8 long swords stabbing at different places at every moment. It was just that in the time it took Dong Wushang to clash with the enemy, Rue Budong had already been hit 3 to 5 times consecutively, and his body was also hit by 3 to 4 palms. At the moment when Dong Wushang arrived, Rue Budong suddenly went crazy, as if he had found an opportunity. Counterattack with full force, but 10 palms with all his might collided head-on with the opponent at the same time. With Rue Budong's current cultivation, it was like hitting a rock with an egg. There was a rumble. With a snap, Rue Budong's short sword was broken. Dozens of palm energies pressed together, and the sound of cracking rang out. His bones were completely crushed, and he became a pile of meat paste. He didn't even make a sound before he fell to the ground. But his last desperate counterattack caused the supreme martial artist's figure to stagnate for a moment. It was this moment of stagnation that determined life and death. Rui Batong used his own life to create a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Dong Wushang to kill the enemy. Dong Wushang descended from the sky. His dark saber suddenly shook violently, and a dazzling saber light shot out brilliantly. With the inviolable aura of a king, it rushed into the battle circle like a hot knife through butter. The saber of Sabermaster at this moment showed its true power. Clang! One of the Shao clan's supreme martial artists who used sabers suddenly shook violently with a saber hand and let out a cheering sound of submission. Sabermaster! Damn it! Before the supreme martial artists could immerse themselves in the joy of killing the enemy, they were suddenly shocked by the enemy. They wanted to dodge at the same time, but Dong Wushang had already rushed in with death. With a boom, the body of a second-grade supreme martial artist was smashed into pieces. Another was slashed horizontally by the dark saber, and his body was split into two halves. Before the halves could be separated, Dong Wushang's dark saber had already sliced another third-grade supreme martial artist from the top of his head to his crotch. With a clang, a second-grade supreme martial artist and a third-grade supreme martial artist spat out blood and staggered back from Dong Wushang's saber. A ghostly figure flashed. Mo Lei, who had disappeared for a long time, appeared silently. Chapter 1383. Mo Lei Er's assassination skills were already at the pinnacle. After arriving at the upper three heavens and accompanying Dong Wushang, as her cultivation improved, the pressure on her also increased. With such a talented husband, Mo Lei was proud on the one hand, but on the other hand, she was also under a lot of pressure. She was always worried that her cultivation speed couldn't keep up with Dong Wushang's. When the husband and wife roamed the Jianghu, if either party's cultivation was weak, they would always feel that they were a burden. This feeling was especially strong when they encountered a strong enemy, because if one party was weak, it would inevitably cause the other party to lose focus on one thing and lose focus on the other. As the successor of the Black Devil, Mo Lei unnaturally understood how dangerous it was for the husband and wife to be weak. So during this period of time, not only Dong Wushang was working hard, but Mo Lei was also working hard. As one of the 12 influential figures in the upper three heavens in her previous life, even if Mo Lei's aptitude was not as good as Dong Wushang's, she was definitely one in a million. During this period of tempering, her assassination techniques were close to mastery. Now, at the moment when Dong Wushang's saber was successful, Mo Lei's ghostly figure appeared behind a third-grade supreme martial artist. With a horizontal slash of her sword, she beheaded this supreme martial artist who had just dodged Dong Wushang's saber and lost his balance and stumbled backward. Then her figure flashed away lightly, without even a drop of blood on her body. On the other hand, countless blue lights flickered, and hundreds of highly poisonous hidden weapons shot out like a swarm of locusts. In an instant, that second-grade supreme martial artist, who had just retreated, suddenly covered his face and screamed. Traces of black blood spurted out from his eyes like water. It was a move of both eyes. He became blind in an instant. This person screamed madly, madly displaying all of his cultivation, but what he faced was nothing but air. "I'm blind. I can't see. I can't see." Xiao Wufeng took a deep, deep breath. Dong Wushang killed Xiao Changyin with the first strike, and Xiao Wufeng had no time to react. Even if he reacted, he wouldn't make a move. After all, it was a fair one-on-one battle, and Xiao Changyun's cultivation was much higher than Dong Wushang's. Under such circumstances, he was killed by Dong Wushang with one strike. He could only be said to be useless. Xiao Wufeng had no intention of rescuing him, and the next moment, when Dong Wushang's saber shot out crisscrossing saber energy, Xiao Wufeng was really shocked. "Saber Prime!" At that moment, even though he didn't say those words out loud, he opened his mouth wide and silently roared out those words. Immediately after, they took off like rabbits and swooped down like hawks. Before they could react, The 8 supreme martial artists were already dead. Someone died an unnatural death. Another was blinded, and the only remaining third-grade supreme martial artist was violently blasted 70 feet away by Dong Wushang's saber. Seeing everything that happened before his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It was a formidable lineup of 14 people. In an instant, there was no one left. There were only 2 4th-grade supreme martial artists, 1 3rd-grade supreme martial artist, 1 5th-grade supreme martial artist, and 1 2nd-grade supreme martial artist left. And the other party had only paid the price of Rue Batong alone. A cloud of smoke exploded, and Mo-Lei-Er's figure disappeared again in this cloud of smoke, disappearing without a trace. Xiao Wufeng looked at the field with deep eyes and stopped another 5th-grade supreme martial artist, who was about to make a move. Wait. That 5th-grade supreme martial artist frowned and looked over. "Fourth brother, what's wrong?" Xiao Wufeng snorted and said, "Wading, we don't know about the other party's strength except for 1 saber prime, but the rest are clear. Even so, should we have such a big loss?" "No." Xiao Wading took a deep breath. "But it really happened. All the credit goes to that person, Rue Batong." Xiao Wufeng looked at Rue Batong, who was paralyzed on the ground like a lump of mud. "But if it were any one of us when the battle started, could we have prepared for this? Such a scheme, such a plan, such facing death with equanimity?" Xiao Wading's eyes showed respect. "No, but he could, and he did it without any hesitation. He didn't care about his life and used his life as a tool to exchange for victory." Xiao Wufeng's eyes showed emotion. So they could achieve this unimaginable result. And they saved the strongest person in the team. What a hero! Xiao Wading was silent. Indeed, at the beginning of the battle, no matter what aspect of performance, Rue Batong didn't look like the kind of person who had nothing to live for. This person had an extraordinary love for life, laughing and cursing at the strong enemy, facing death calmly. What kind of detachment was this? Xiao Wading admitted that although he was a 5th-grade supreme martial artist, he absolutely couldn't do this. Even if he was already in a desperate situation, he still had to struggle for himself. How could he take the initiative to sacrifice himself before he reached a desperate situation? "I'm not as good as him," Xiao Wading said silently. "This person deserves our respect. When the battle is over, I'd rather bury Rue Batong properly, even if our own people's corpses are exposed in the wilderness." Xiao Wufeng's voice was full of emotion. "Our people died of carelessness, but he died of righteousness. The difference between them is like heaven and earth. The death of my own people makes me ashamed, but the death of the enemy can make me respect them." Xiao Wufeng's words were very heavy, but Xiao Wading didn't have any words to refute. This was indeed the case. What was there to say? The difference in strength was clear at a glance. But whether the team was united or not was even more clear at a glance. What a terrifying opponent. Right at this moment, what's going on? A shrill scream came, and the 2nd-grade supreme martial artist suddenly began to crazily dig out his eyeballs, screaming, "Kill me! It's itchy! It's so itchy!" The poison on Mo-Lei-Er's hidden weapon had already taken effect. Xiao Wufeng and Xiao Wading looked over, and their faces both changed. They saw that the outside of this person's eyes had already rotted to the bone. Mo-Lei-Er's poison was so fierce that it had already reached this point. Xiao Wufeng sighed deeply, stepped out, and a sword light flashed. The 2nd-grade supreme martial artist of the Xiao clan cried out, and then stood still in a daze, a wisp of blood spurting out from his chest. The blood fell to the ground, and it had already turned blue. "Go!" Xiao Wufeng sighed and struck out a palm. The body of the 2nd-grade supreme martial artist of the Xiao clan suddenly sank into the ground, and the ground seemed to be a bottomless swamp, swallowing his body in an instant. He was buried underground. This kind of poison couldn't be treated, and this kind of corpse It couldn't be brought back to the clan, so as to avoid unpredictable disasters. Then he raised his head and faced Dong Wushang, and his face became serious and heavy. Amazing! Second Master Dong, this old man really admires you. Dong Wushang's wound overflowed with blood from the recoil, and he coughed. He simply spat out a mouthful of blood, which shot out like an arrow and actually shot a small deep hole in the ground. He said, "So what if you admire me? So what if you don't?" Xiao Wufeng said heavily, "I don't have such a brother. I envy you, but unfortunately, this brother of yours is already dead." Dong Wushang's eyes drooped. Looking at Rui Batong not far away, he said, "I'm proud of my brother. Life and death, I have both." Xiao Wufeng shouted, "Good! What a good, have both life and death." At this moment, a stunning red light suddenly flashed, followed by a scream. Xiao Wufeng and Dong Wushang turned to look, and for a moment, both of them were stunned at the same time. There was nothing more strange than what was happening in front of them. The 4 eyeballs of the 2 of them almost fell to the ground. Shadow, a soft exclamation, a burst of mist. Obviously, Mo Lei, who had hidden herself, couldn't help but be shocked. But now no one cared about Mo Lei anymore. Everyone looked at the place where the red light was shining, dumbfounded. Over there, Mo Qinggu was dressed in red like fire, with a saber in her hand, surrounded by clouds and mist like a dream. In front of her, a 4th-grade supreme martial artist was beheaded, lying in a pool of blood. Another 4th-grade supreme martial artist stared with his eyes wide open, his hands trembling like chicken feet, looking at Mo Qinggu as if he had seen a ghost, dumbfounded. It turned out that when the battle was intense just now, the 2 4th-grade supreme martial artists had already bypassed the battle circle and came to Mo Qinggu's side. Mo Qinggu was standing calmly with a sheathed saber. That supreme martial artist smiled and said, "Miss Mo, you are a 2nd-grade martial saint. To have such achievements at such a young age, you are already unique in this world. I admire Elder Ning's ability to train his younger brother. But in front of me, Miss Mo, do you still want to work harder?" Mo Qinggu said lightly, "You and I are enemies. When enemies meet, even a 2nd-grade supreme martial artist has to fight hard, let alone you, a mere 4th-grade supreme martial artist." That supreme martial artist laughed and said, "Miss Mo is really arrogant. Look, not only did Miss Mo receive the true teachings of supreme martial artist Ning's cultivation, you also received the true teachings of supreme martial artist Ning's arrogance." Mo Qinggu retorted coldly, "What does it have to do with you what true teachings I have received? Or do you think that you can be on par with my master? You are already qualified to criticize my master's disciple?" That 4th-grade supreme martial artist was speechless, his face as red as a tomato. Yes, Ning Tianya's disciple, no matter what, even if she was born a good-for-nothing, was not something that he, a mere 4th-grade supreme martial artist, could criticize. Just as Mo Qinggu said, "Who do you think you are?" But this supreme martial artist really didn't expect Mo Qinggu, this little girl, to be so sharp-tongued and merciless. In his anger out of humiliation, he said furiously, "Little girl, you have a sharp tongue. When we go back this time, see how I will deal with you." He opened his big hand and made a grab for her. In his opinion, with this grab, even if Mo Qinggu was a 1st-grade supreme martial artist, not to mention that she only had the cultivation of a 2nd-grade martial saint, he was already 2,000 to 3,000 years old. If he still couldn't take down a 13 to 14-year-old little girl, the heavens wouldn't allow it. But just as he reached out to grab, he saw this little girl reach out and grab the hilt of that toy-like saber. "I will continue to work hard, looking for a guaranteed monthly ticket. Gee, recommend a book. I should recommend Ultimate Holy Spirit. If anyone is interested, you can take a look and add it to your collection. G. Chapter 1384. Seeing Mo Qinggu's saber. Even though he only saw the scabbard, this supreme martial artist was still a little scared. This was obviously a handicraft saber. How could a saber be so delicate and exquisite? Even if it was an ornamental saber, it didn't need to be so small. It was obviously a gorgeous saber made by Ning Tianya to please his disciple. As for what kind of earth-shattering power the saber could unleash in the hands of a 13 or 14-year-old little girl, that would really be ha 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 ha. Not to mention that this little girl was only of saint level, therefore he simply grabbed it without any hesitation. If Emo Chingu attacked with the saber, he didn't need to dodge at all. He could just grab it directly. If he could grab the saber that this little girl treasured so much at the critical moment of life and death, he could also take revenge on these little girls for looking down on him just now. Emo Chingu's body flew backward gracefully. This supreme martial artist chased after her unhurriedly. He grabbed her with one hand and said with a smile, "Miss Emo, don't struggle anymore. You know it's useless." At this moment, Emo Chingu's wrist moved. Her right hand pulled outwards, and her left hand grabbed the scabbard and pulled it horizontally. Her actions were done in one go. In the middle of the dark forest, in the middle of the night, a red light suddenly shot up to the sky. The red light flashed. Emo Chingu mercilessly and cleanly slashed with the saber. With one slash, she chopped off the hand that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws in front of her. Even when dreaming of a gentle dance saber, didn't feel the least bit of resistance. The right hand of the 4th grade supreme martial artist left home. Emo Chingu's momentum wasn't over yet. Her saber, surrounded by red light, rushed over. Before the sinister grin on this supreme martial artist's face could turn into terror and pain, his head was chopped off like tofu. The head spun and flew up to the sky. In midair, on that lifeless face, it was actually still a hideous smile full of satisfaction. Emo Chingu swung her saber. Even she herself didn't expect such a result. A saber that connected the hand and the head. It was actually cut off so easily as if it was nothing. The result was already out, but Emo Chingu was still stunned for a moment. Not only Emo Chingu, everyone was stunned. This was simply too inconceivable. Everyone was dumbstruck. Their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. This included Dong Wuxian, all the surviving experts of the Shao clan and Emo Lei, or everyone was stunned. What was going on? They naturally didn't know that Chu Yang had almost fallen out with the sword spirit in order to forge this saber. The sword spirit, who had always strived for perfection, had almost gone on strike. When Chu Yang first forged the saber, it was already a peerless, treasured saber. On the 3rd day, seeing Emo Chingu, the 2nd time it was processed, it was already a treasured saber that had begun to have spirituality. They arrived at the upper 3 heavens. During the 3rd processing, the materials used made even the sword spirit's entire body tremble in pain. It could be said that in the entire heavenly layer, other than the Calamity Sword, Emo Chingu's saber was definitely the best. One of a kind. It was a blade of ancient times. This saber even contained all the love of the Calamity Sword Master. The first time the saber was drawn out of its sheath and stained with blood, it killed a 4th grade supreme martial artist. And this 4th grade supreme martial artist of the Shao clan had also completely created history, a precedent. A record was created. A miracle of a 4th grade supreme martial artist being killed by a 2nd grade martial saint in a second. A record of a 2,000-year-old supreme martial artist being killed by a 14-year-old girl with a single slash. The people of the heavenly layer had a new topic to talk about from then on. There was also a new teaching material for the education of underestimating the enemy. Everything started today, because as a 4th grade supreme martial artist, he definitely shouldn't die so mercifully. Emo Chingu's first killing in this life actually happened in such a situation that even she herself couldn't react to. Chingu Dream Saber in Emo Chingu's hands was flowing with colorful lights, shining in the dark night. Rings of colorful lights surrounded the saber, dreamy and illusory, like mist and poetry. It was like a distant and magnificent dream that bloomed in the hands of this angelic little girl. Emo Chingu held the saber and suddenly felt a warmth coming from the saber. This warmth spread all the way to the bottom of her heart. Her eyes suddenly brightened, and there seemed to be a hint of shyness and satisfaction. This saber was given to me by him. Now I finally know how much effort he put in for this saber, how much effort he put in, and all of this was for me. As the disciple of a supreme martial artist, Emo Chingu naturally knew the power of her saber. If it was any other weapon, even if it was Gu Duxing's black dragon sword, Emo Tianji's heavenly secret fan, Rui Budong's short sword that just killed a supreme martial artist like cutting vegetables, or Dong Wushang's mighty and domineering dark saber, none of them could do it. Perhaps these weapons could break through the defense of a fourth-grade supreme martial artist, but definitely not so easily. There were only 2 weapons in the heavenly layer that could do all of this, a saber and a sword. Calamity Sword and Qing Wu Dream Saber. This didn't mean that Chu Yang didn't put an effort in forging weapons for his brothers, but no weapon could be like Qing Wu Dream Saber, where he put in all his effort, even his mind. This was also the reason why Qing Wu Dream Saber could produce a divine weapon spirituality so quickly. Then, Emo Qinggu felt her stomach churn, and she vomited. This was the first time in her life that she killed. Even though Emo Qinggu was the younger brother of the number 1 supreme martial artist in the heavenly layer, this instinctive reaction still couldn't be restrained. Good saber, Xiao Wufeng praised, his eyes overflowing with murderous intent. Today could be said to be extremely unlucky. 14 people came out together, and before half of the mission was completed, 10 had already died. There were only 4 people left, and their cultivations were in a row. 3, 4, 5. A 3rd-grade supreme martial artist, a 4th-grade supreme martial artist, a 5th-grade supreme martial artist, and a 2nd-grade supreme martial artist. What's the name of this saber? Xiao Wufeng took a step forward and asked solemnly. Emo Qinggu vomited twice. She quickly adjusted her mood. Now her heart was calm, and she said lightly the name of this saber, Qing Wu Dream Saber, overflowing mortal world. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Wufeng, who bore the brunt, didn't react. But Emo Qinggu, who said these words, was suddenly stunned. Qing Wu Dream Saber, overflowing mortal world. Emo Qinggu suddenly remembered a sentence that Chu Yang said in her dream. That was after her dance. Qingwu's dance is as bright as the starry sky, but also like a dream. Qingwu's dance is enough to overflow the mortal world. Emo Qinggu held the saber, and a trace of gentle satisfaction suddenly appeared on her beautiful face. Qing Wu Dream Saber, overflowing mortal world. Xiao Wufeng murmured and repeated. He shouted, Good saber! But such a saber in your hands is a waste of God's gift. Take her down as soon as possible. Xiao Wufeng shouted. The cruelest prelude to this night was undone. Too many people had died. He didn't want to delay any longer. However, right after he roared, a voice rang out. One person shouted, Yes, sir! Then there was a scream. Xiao Wufeng turned back to look, and he was so angry that the corners of his eyes almost split open. The remaining 3rd-grade supreme martial artist's eyes bulged, his throat gurgled, and he slowly fell to the ground behind him. A winking, smiling face appeared. This person actually reached out and waved, making a triumphant return. He laughed and said, I'm back. Did anyone miss me? Xiao Wufeng, Xiao Wading, and that 4th-grade supreme martial artist. The 3 of them were so angry that their noses were crooked. Rui Batong, who had already turned into a pile of mud and whom the 3 of them were still praising for his loyalty, actually stood up leisurely. With a swoosh, another short sword was pulled out from the back of the 3rd-grade supreme martial artist's heart, and he kicked the corpse away. He staggered over and sighed. This is bad. I didn't expect that Rui Batong would also be an assassin today. My good name that has spread all over the world, that upright and plain-spoken image, the beautiful reputation of unparalleled loyalty, is ruined just like that. It's really sad and lamentable. Xiao Wufeng roared. Little, were you pretending just now? Rui Batong looked at him strangely. Why are you very strange? You seem to be very excited. Why? So many people in your family died. Why are you so excited? Xiao Wufeng's chest rose and fell, and he only felt that his face was burning. What a shame! He actually praised the other party's trick for a long time. This was directly equivalent to being slapped hard in the face by the other party, in front of the whole world. Xiao Wufeng couldn't bear it anymore. With a roar, he suddenly raised his hand. The moment he raised his hand, a golden divine light suddenly emerged from his hand, completely illuminating the whole dark forest. At this moment, whether it was Dong Wushang, Rui Batong, or Mo in the land of shadows, they were all illuminated and had nowhere to hide. Then a huge golden palm was formed in the air, with a radius of hundreds of feet. It slapped down hard. The moment it slapped down again, Mo and Rui Batong felt an unstoppable force at the same time, and they flew up involuntarily and leaned against Dong Wushang. The big golden palm slapped down mercilessly. Xiao Wufeng's anger had reached the extreme. This palm was bound to kill the three of them in one fell swoop. No matter what tricks or conspiracies you have, I will destroy them with the strongest force in one fell swoop. Dong Wushang roared to the sky, and his dark saber attacked desperately. However, the dark saber was pressed back halfway. Mo Qingwu's red clothes flashed, and the Qingwu Dream's saber struck out like lightning, but it was stopped by Xiao Wading. Seeing that huge hand falling down like a landslide, the four of them were at a loss of what to do. Right at this moment, Rui Batong suddenly roared towards the sky. Then he fiercely bit his own tongue and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Then Rui Batong roared, Nirvana to the Big Dipper, purple cloud to roam freely, fiery light burning heaven tower, 110. With a red sound, a purple flame burst out from his body. In an instant, the flame enveloped Dong Wushang and Mo in the flame. A wisp of fire flew out, and Xiao Wading slashed with his sword. But the long sword suddenly melted in an instant. Mo Qingwu retreated in shock. But her waist was wrapped around by this purple flame. Then she was lifted off the ground. She was unexpectedly dragged into a sea of purple flames by this flame. The purple flame rose into the sky, and in an instant it spread out. In the sky a red light rose. Chapter 1385. The weird purple flame turned the whole forest into a sea of fire almost in the blink of an eye. And this purple flame seemed to have wisdom and consciousness, and actually knew how to distinguish between friend and foe. When the Shao Clan supreme martial artist's weapon came into contact with the purple flame, it turned into molten iron in an instant, but Mo Qingwu and the others were completely surrounded by the flame and were unharmed. The fourth-grade supreme martial artist couldn't dodge in time, and with a scream he was turned into a wisp of smoke by the flame. Xiao Wufeng and Xiao Wading were shocked, and the two reacted almost at the same time. Run away. However, a strange voice came out from the purple flame. What's wrong? You forced me to this point, and now you want to turn around and leave? How can it be so easy? Before the voice died away, 2 rays of light suddenly blasted out from the purple flame. Xiao Wading leaped and had already gone out 500 feet, but the flame was like a maggot in the bone, chasing after him persistently. His leaping momentum was enough to directly rush out 300 feet, but when he rushed to 100 feet, he was caught up by the purple flame. Then the flame seemed to have several huge tentacles, and each tentacle seemed to have several suction cups that could devour the world, dragging his body fiercely. He screamed and struggled desperately, but the flame held him firmly, lifted him up in the air, and threw him up violently. The cold voice said, "Let's set off a firework first." Xiao Wading's body flew straight up into the sky for thousands of feet, with burning flames all over his body. It was really as gorgeous and colorful as fireworks. Especially at the end of the burning, there was an explosion and shooting stars shot in all directions, adding an inexplicable magnificent color to the night sky. Some people saw it from afar, and they all exclaimed, "Who is this, starting to set off firecrackers before the new year? But this thing is really beautiful. Let's make one tomorrow." I just don't know the method. Xiao Wufeng almost didn't dare to look back, and used all his cultivation to escape. While running, he wished he could slap himself hard in the face. I'm so stupid. Really, I'm a fucking idiot. Why am I so slow to realize it? What a tragedy. People can be stupid, but they can't be stupid, especially at the critical moment when their brains short-circuit. That would be consigned to eternal damnation. Now, this old man had made such a mistake. This old man should have run away as soon as he saw that little guy standing up after being beaten to a pulp. What did that mean? Motherfucker. Even if Ning Tianya and Bu Luqing were to join hands, they would still be dead after being beaten to a pulp. Since that guy didn't die, then he must be the legendary Phoenix. Thinking of the word Phoenix, Xiao Wufeng finally couldn't help but feel frustrated. He slapped himself hard on the face and scolded, "You stupid idiot!" It was clear that he had his suspicions at that time. Yet, you're still standing there with that pig-wasted face of yours. You should have left earlier. Do you have to be in such a state where you can't control your own life and death? While cursing and running, he clearly felt the heat behind him getting closer and closer. Xiao Wufeng wanted to cry, but had no tears. At this moment, he really scolded the traitor of the Chu clan to his heart's content. Xiao Wufeng swore to the heavens, as long as he could leave here alive today, then the first thing he had to do was to immediately go to the Chu clan to kowtow and apologize, and then catch the traitor himself. In front of everyone in the Chu clan, he would skin that guy alive, then pour oil on him and thread him from head to, but with a cotton thread, light up a sky lantern. Even if he only had one breath left, even if he had to be carried, he would have to be carried there. What a fucking trap. Even if it was a trap, it wouldn't be set up so viciously. What's more, it was him who had received the news to set up a trap to deal with the traitor. This was simply sending himself to death. And it was a big meal for the traitor. Could it be any more deceptive? Even if your information was not accurate, and you didn't know that there was a top female assassin, this was excusable. Even if your information was not accurate, there was a saber master among them that you didn't notice, or you didn't get such information, or you couldn't see through her because you were lame. But you can't trick this old man like this. There was still a phoenix in this damn trap. I'm really fucking wronged. As a senior figure of the Xiao clan, how could Xiao Wufeng not know the legend of the phoenix? The Phoenix clan was the dominant clan of the heavenly continent 10,000 years ago. There had always been very few phoenix bloodlines, but as long as one appeared, it would be a master, and it was basically immortal, except for using the power of creation, or letting the phoenix die of old age when it couldn't break through its lifespan. There was really no one who could kill the phoenix, because once it encountered danger, it would be killed or chopped up, but as long as a little bit of its true spirit remained, it would be able to come back to life. If you forced it too hard, fine, I'll give it a nirvana. I'll give you a heavenly fire of nirvana, which could burn the world. Due to reproductive difficulties, the Phoenix clan was also endowed with a special ability. Nirvana. Every time it was nirvana, the heavenly fire of nirvana would burn all the lives around it that could threaten it. To avoid being taken advantage of during the short period of weakness after nirvana. In theory, the phoenix couldn't be killed directly. It was even more powerful than a giant dragon, unless something like the heavenly layer was directly folded with the power of creation 10,000 years ago. However, there had always been a prophecy in the heavenly layer world, showing that the Phoenix clan was not extinct at all. Like the 3 stars divine clan, the dragon clan, and the elf clan, they would have a chance to come back sooner or later. Although the Phoenix clan and the Dragon clan had never appeared with the blood of the previous masters of the Tribulation Sword, it didn't mean that this prophecy was false. Dragons soared into the clouds. Phoenixes soared into the sky. The 3 stars shone, and fairies appeared. The matters of the mortal world shook the sky, and the power of tribulation shook the heavens. Xiao Wufeng slapped his own mouth again. "You're an idiot. Now you're about to die, aren't you?" Xiao Wufeng already felt that the scorching heat behind him had caught up with him. After he was thousands of feet away from the original site, the purple flame suddenly accelerated and was already behind him. Xiao Wufeng showed a look of despair. He suddenly envied those supreme martial artists of the Xiao clan who had died under the sword. Although those people died, at least they had a chance to reincarnate. But he died under this heavenly fire of nirvana and didn't even have a chance to reincarnate. If he had a chance to do it all over again, Xiao Wufeng would never deal with these 4 people. This was purely a hornet's nest. But he had no chance to regret. With a bitter smile on his face, Xiao Wufeng felt that he was caught up by the other party in the sky. The scorching flame, at this moment, even the air around his body was burned into a black hole. A heart-wrenching pain. It seeped into his bone marrow. He didn't scream, struggle, or even speed up. He just sighed with a bitter smile and stopped his body, allowing his body, which had already surpassed the boundary between immortal and mortal, to burn into a huge firework in the air. When he took one last look at this world, Xiao Wufeng's eyes suddenly widened, because he suddenly saw that the peripheral forces he had arranged earlier were rushing over here one by one. It seemed that some amazing treasure had appeared here, waiting for them to come and get it. One by one, they flew very fast. Xiao Wufeng was so angry that his intestines exploded. "Don't you think there are enough people dying?" He wanted to yell and stop them. However, the purple flame immediately burned into his mouth, making him unable to speak. He wanted to warn them with his divine thoughts, but as soon as his divine thoughts were sent out, they were burned. He could only watch helplessly as his grandson rushed over excitedly. At the last moment, he vaguely heard a person's voice. "Waha! Who set off such a huge firework? So fucking interesting. Maybe it was the ancestor who threw it up on a whim. Brilliant. Beautiful, especially at this night. It's really pleasing to see," Xiao Wufeng thought. "If you knew that this firework was me, how pleasing would it be? A bunch of little beasts." Fucking hell, he couldn't think anymore, because his body exploded with a bang. It turned into a new round of meteor flames all over the sky. Below, 3 Xiao family teams came from 3 directions. In one of the teams, a person raised his head and shouted, excitedly, "Look! Fireworks! It's gray. It's gray again. So beautiful." All over the mountains and plains, people and animals within 1,000 miles, after seeing this soaring red light, somehow had such a thought in their hearts. "This is the unearthed treasure. If I get it, I'll be the richest person in the world. If I get it, I'll be a beautiful wife and concubine. If I get it, I'll be the #1 master in the world. If I get it, I'll be..." Within a radius of 1,000 miles, everyone scrambled to rush over. Everyone's face was full of urgency, and everyone's eyes were full of greed. This naturally included the people of the Xiao family, and they were running at the front. The next moment, the people of the Xiao family had already rushed to the edge of the fire. Seeing this soaring fire, they were all dumbfounded. However, before they could take any action, the flames dragged them all into the sea of fire with a hideous smile. In a series of screams, they turned into thick smoke. The fire of nirvana, also known as the fire of lust, could not only burn everything, but also ignite the deepest and most despicable desires in everyone's heart. Everyone, in the face of such a flame, involuntarily turned into a moth flying into the fire. The raging fire spread out quickly, and wherever it passed, all the creatures disappeared without a trace, turning into wisps of green smoke. However, the flowers and trees during this period were not damaged at all. Green and green, lush and luxuriant within a radius of 2,000 miles, the raging fire raged. After reaching a certain limit, all the flames suddenly disappeared. Only the red light that soared into the sky was left. However, no matter who it was, no matter what cultivation they had, they could no longer take a step into this area. As long as they took a step, they would be engulfed in purple flames. From all directions, countless birds began to rush over. Today, I ran back and forth between the two hospitals and found another hospital to take an X-ray to confirm it. Then, I asked if there would be any consequences if this kind of wrong treatment was carried out for a year. The result made me feel a little relieved, and a few old doctors said that other than suppressing the nerves for a year, the fatigue would be strong, but there was no big problem, and it would slowly get better in the future. They also warmly taught me a few training methods. Then they said that I was lucky to have discovered it early, and if this continued for 3 to 5 years, it was not impossible for my sciatic nerves to be paralyzed from the pressure. Then they said that it was no big deal, and it would not affect your career. Although we were familiar with each other, when they said that, I was still furious when I returned to this hospital again. I was promised that my medical expenses would be halved. I pinched my nose and accepted it. Sigh. The matter was basically over, although I was still a little angry. Gee. Then I begged for monthly votes. Chapter 1386. Chu Yang and the others sped all the way, and the fire in the distance was the best guiding light. The brothers didn't even have the patience to climb mountains. The people in front directly became one with their swords and rushed out from the mountains, while the people behind followed. It was an absolute straight-line distance. Along the way, they also saw countless people gathering in the same direction. The fire in the sky also continued to exist. On the first day, Chu Yang and the others covered a straight-line distance of 4,000 miles. This was a terrifying number. Although supreme martial artists could fly for a short period of time, a person's cultivation wasn't endless. Of course, it was possible to cover a distance of several thousand feet with one leap. However, this leap required a huge amount of inner energy as the backing. Even supreme martial artists would eventually die from exhaustion if they maintained such a speed for a long time. On this point, Chu Yang and the others finally admitted that they couldn't fly as fast as those big birds in the sky. It was as if those damned birds were racing with them. From the very beginning, they had been flying in the sky, and they were also burning with impatience as they flapped their wings and flew at high speed. Occasionally, they would also curiously look down at the 7 people running on the ground. That's not right. Are they also in a hurry to meet the king of birds? But they don't look right. Why are they running? Why aren't they flying? Do you know that there are still running birds in the world? The birds were extremely surprised, and they weren't inferior to their flying speed at all. When they finally saw these crazy birds stop, the birds in the sky let out a triumphant cry. They flapped their wings and flew away. These strange birds just don't have as much stamina as us. If Chu Yang and the others knew about this, they would probably vomit blood in unison. But now, the 7 of them were almost paralyzed from exhaustion, lying on the ground and panting heavily. I wonder what that bastard Rue Batong is up to. This time I'm so tired. Luo Kadi's legs twitched as he lay on the ground and counted the stars. He said fiercely, "If this bastard is fine after we go over and see him, I'll beat him until he goes through nirvana again." GMO gasped for breath and chimed in, "That's right. Before he goes through nirvana, we'll do a small surgery so that he can become a female phoenix after he goes through nirvana." Mo, Tianji panted. "Yes, be Xie Dan Cheong's concubine." Xie Dan Cheong was gasping for breath as he laughed heartily, but he was suddenly caught in the crossfire, and he was left dumbfounded for a moment. Ao Xiun said, "Could it be that Rue Batong likes to look for rabbits after becoming a female?" Xie Dan Cheong exploded after the commotion. Chu Yang was very dissatisfied. He reprimanded, "What's the matter with you? How could he say that about his own brother? This is unforgivable." Minister Chu had suddenly assumed the air of a big brother, and all the brothers were startled for a moment. It seemed that he was serious about this matter. So, everyone felt somewhat uneasy. Xia Danqiong's eyes were brimming with tears. "Boss is still the best," Chuyang said angrily. "Even if Xia Danqiong looks like a rabbit." You shouldn't have said it out loud, right? I now announce that no one is allowed to say that Danqiong looks like a rabbit in the future. Let's beat up whoever says that Danqiong is a rabbit. Chuyang hadn't even finished speaking when Xia Danqiong's face was already streaming with tears. With a boom, everyone burst into laughter. The laughter was too loud. A few rabbits scurried out of the bushes, fleeing in a sorry state. GMO shouted, "Look, it's Xia Danqiong's companions!" Instantly, the few of them laughed so hard that their bellies hurt. They instantly felt half of their fatigue disappear. Amidst the laughter, Chuyang sensitively realized that something was wrong with Ao Xin. It was as if his body was heating up and turning red. His eyes, which were looking at the heavenly fire of nirvana in the distant sky, were also somewhat strange. "What's wrong with you?" Mo Tianji also noticed this. "Nothing." Ao Xin's eyes were full of uncertainty. When I saw the heavenly fire of nirvana, the golden dragon bloodline in my body suddenly started to churn. Mo Tianji and Chuyang exchanged a look. Both of them had the same guess in their hearts at the same time. Since ancient times, dragons and phoenixes were equally famous. Could it be that the awakening of the phoenix race also had an effect on the dragon race? When they were thousands of miles away, they didn't notice anything unusual with Ao Xin. But when they got closer, this was really somewhat incomprehensible. Mo Tianji's lips moved slightly as he sent a telepathic message to Chuyang. "Act according to the situation. I reckon that this is a fluctuation of the bloodline and definitely not a true awakening. When the time comes, if anything happens, you and Duxing are the most powerful. You have to be prepared." Chuyang nodded solemnly. He shot a look at Gu Duxing. Gu Duxing sat still and nodded slowly. After taking out the food, everyone wolfed it down and rested for a while before continuing on their journey. After another 2 days of continuous running, they finally got close to the area of the heavenly fire of nirvana. But like the others, they still waited 1,000 miles away and couldn't enter. Rue Batong didn't know of their arrival. In the heart of the heavenly fire of nirvana, Rue Batong was suffering an unprecedented torment. Rue Batong swore that he would never forget the pain this time for the rest of his life. Forcibly burning the bloodline in the body and activating the heavenly fire of nirvana before completely reaching the nirvana stage was an unprecedented taboo for the phoenix race. It was extremely likely that he would be burned into a wisp of smoke in this heavenly fire of nirvana. But Rue Batong had no other choice. He knew that if he didn't activate it, Dong Wushang and Mo Lei would definitely die, and Mo Qinggu would definitely be captured by the enemy. Whether it was for his brothers, for Mo Qinggu, or for Chuyang's instructions, he couldn't just watch all of this happen. So Rue Batong activated it without hesitation. The first thing he did was to protect all that he had to protect. Then he launched the attack. Right now, he could feel that his entire body, every pore, every muscle, every vein, every nerve, was emitting a raging inferno. And the fire that was originally burning in the outside world was also constantly entering his body. It was burning everything that could be burned. This feeling was really indescribable. It was like a person watching his own heart turn into smoke, and then a little bit of flesh and blood appear in its original position and then grow bit by bit as it was burned. Nerves were constantly being burned, and then new nerves were being created at this moment. Rue Batong even wanted to sigh. "My left eye sees life, my right eye sees death. One foot is wandering in heaven, the other foot is wandering in hell." This was really like a damn poem. Rue Batong sighed. Their bodies were twisting. The heavenly fire of nirvana finally rushed into the blue sky. The spiritual energy within a radius of thousands of miles gathered like a storm, the four of them. At the same time, They were flooded and cleansed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth over and over again. Everyone's body was completely transformed by the heavenly fire of nirvana, Dong Wushang, and Emole. I had already experienced it once. Knowing what to do now, they immediately sat down cross-legged and circulated their energy to absorb. And Mo Qinggu looked curiously at the purple flames surrounding her. She felt that her body was constantly undergoing a rebirth, and for a moment, she was actually a little lost. There was a feeling like she was dreaming again. Then, she felt that her cultivation was increasing rapidly. A huge amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth poured into her from the top of her head, from the soles of her feet, and from every pore on her body. And Mo Qinggu couldn't help but close her eyes and circulate her energy. Immediately, she felt that the bottleneck from second-grade saint to first-grade supreme martial artist was actually already on the verge of collapsing. The birds in the sky were already densely packed with millions of them. In the distance, there were still large numbers of birds flying over with no regard for their lives. The aura of a king's arrival spread out mysteriously. In the world, all the birds went crazy. This time, the momentum was much greater than the previous time. The boundless sky was filled with a kind of dense majesty, as if an ancient divine king was descending upon the world. Within a radius of 2,000 miles, the entire area was filled with birds. Yes, it was filled, but it was completely silent. All the birds stayed where they were quietly. Natural enemies were close to each other. The strong were indifferent. The weak didn't care at all. From time to time, there would be rustling sounds. Some birds were squeezed down from the branches, which immediately attracted the angry glares of all the surrounding birds. All their eyes were conveying the same message. You actually dare to disturb the king's awakening. You deserve to die. After being squeezed down, under the glares of a flock of sparrows, a goshawk actually trembled all over. Like a rooster that had lost a fight, countless birds continued to fly over. They were no longer satisfied with the territory of 2,000 miles and were expanding outwards. Outwards, the 7 Chu brothers smiled bitterly at each other at the boundary of 2,000 miles. The few of them had already been buried by the birds. Now, the birds weren't afraid of people. They directly stood on the hair and shoulders of Chu Yang and the others. A few birds even burrowed into Chu Yang's neck and anxiously scurried back and forth on his back. This kind of experience was really amazing. Gradually, as they got closer, Chu Yang actually couldn't see Mo Tianji anymore. The space between the two of them had already been filled with birds flapping their wings. Luo Kadi's grumbling attracted the angry glares of countless birds. However, this fellow was rather unlucky. The big bird perched on top of his head seemed to have some digestive problems during this period and was very dispirited. After grabbing his hair for a while, it actually started to excrete one after another. Xie Dancheng quickly reached out and flicked his fingers, sealing Luo Kadi's meridians. Instantly, Second Master Luo couldn't move at all. Second Master Luo couldn't move at all. He only felt something wet and slippery with warmth sliding down from the top of his head, into his neck, into his clothes, down his back, and onto his, but it was extremely tragic. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, a clear phoenix cry resounded through the sky. At the same time, an explosive wave of air suddenly spread out. That was the outburst of aura from several people breaking through at the same time. Countless birds flew into the air in joy and rushed towards the center of the mountain. Chu Yang was finally free. He was about to fly over when he suddenly heard a voice. He couldn't help but be dumbstruck. He heard a voice that was as pleasant as the sounds of nature. How amazing! In just these short 2 days, my cultivation has become a second-grade supreme martial artist. The voice was joyous, but also carried an inexplicable sense of melancholy, sadness, and a little worry. Chu Yang was stunned. Chapter 1387. Boundless spiritual energy spread out in all directions like tides. All the birds that came to worship felt the exhaustion from the long journey, swept away at this moment. They were all full of energy, and even their feathers were much brighter, including Chu Yang and the rest. These few special birds also felt refreshed at once. Smart kids remember network. Super fast hands. A soft cry sounded. Dong Wushang, Mo Lei and Mo Qingguo, who had already stood up and stopped cultivating, looked over in shock. They saw Rue Budong's face and neck red, desperately trying to suppress something. On his forehead, under the skin, there was a little bump slowly bulging. Instantly, it bulged out like a unicorn. Rue Butong was moaning in pain, some despair in his eyes. Dong Wushang and the rest were shocked. They didn't know what was going on at all. The consequences of Rue Butong forcefully activating Nirvana finally erupted at this moment. The phoenix bloodline in his body gathered and rushed to his head. If he couldn't suppress it, then this bit of phoenix bloodline would break through the top of his head in the form of a true spirit and fly away. And Rue Butong would also fall into true destruction. Dong Wushang didn't have time to think. He floated over and reached out to press against the middle of Rue Budong's back. Pure vital energy surged into Rue Budong's body. Rue Butong obviously didn't have enough strength. Since that was the case, then he needed strength. Dong Wushang's incomparably intuitive brain played an important role at this moment. If it were an ordinary person, they definitely wouldn't be so rash. But with a slight delay, Rue Butong would be finished. Dong Wushang was the only one who did not even think before he charged forward. With the two of them working together, Rue Butong finally relaxed a little. That blood-red bump also stopped growing, but as time passed, it started to bulge out bit by bit again. Mo Lei and Mo Qingguo went forward at the same time. One of them put a hand on the left shoulder. One of them put a hand on the right shoulder. The power of the four of them started to fight with the mysterious power in Rue Budong's body. But the power of the Phoenix True Spirit was immense. After 6 hours, the four of them slowly couldn't suppress it anymore. At this moment, there was a clear cry. Chu Yang was the first to arrive. Once he saw this situation, he reached out his hand and placed it on the middle of Dong Wushang's back without thinking. Then Guduxing, Mo Tenji, and the rest followed suit. The tribulation force of the tribulation sword master gathered together and formed a powerful torrent, especially with the addition of Ao Xiun. At this moment, Ao Xiun only felt that his blood vessels were expanding. It was as if he could even hear the sound of the blood flowing through his body. It was like a young golden dragon. It shuttled through his body. In the palm of his hand, surging true essence crazily poured into Rue Budong's body. Rue Budong's expression finally relaxed a little. He could feel it, the Phoenix True Spirit bloodline. It was slowly retreating into his body. Finally, all of a sudden, a dragon's roar sounded, followed by a phoenix's cry. The silhouette of a golden dragon suddenly emerged from Ao Xian's body and soared into the clear sky. The boundless majesty of a king suddenly permeated between heaven and earth. The shadow of a phoenix suddenly rushed out from Rue Budong's body and soared into the sky in the blink of an eye. A dragon and a phoenix appeared in the sky at the same time. In an instant, within a radius of thousands of miles, be it humans or animals, birds or beasts, all kept quiet out of fear. At this moment, the brothers felt at the same time that the powerful resistance in Rue Budong's body suddenly disappeared. Then, like a trickle of water, it flowed back. For a moment, everyone's bodies felt warm and indescribably comfortable. Not only was the extreme output not depleted, but everyone had also taken a big step forward. In mid-air, the silhouette of the golden dragon soared and was very lively. However, the silhouette of the phoenix was slightly depressed. After a long time, the golden dragon suddenly disappeared. The phoenix looked up to the sky and let out a long cry. Suddenly, it flapped its wings and flew up. At this moment, the entire night sky was suddenly filled with colorful lights. as if hundreds of millions of fireworks were blooming at the same time. A majestic and beautiful bird with a long tail flapped its wings and flew up into the sky. At the same time, different types of birds followed closely behind and flew up. Only one of each type of bird appeared, slowly forming a formation in the air. It was actually a living bird, a total of thousands of different birds, according to the different colors of their feathers, forming a huge phoenix. On the ground, hundreds of millions of birds lowered their heads at the same time. The silhouette of the phoenix seemed to be very satisfied. It nodded slowly, and a surge of pure energy surged out again. It was poured into the bodies of these birds. Then the phoenix flew a circle in midair and circled around Rue Batong 3 times. It actually sighed in a very human-like manner. It spat out a mouthful of purple air and poured it into Rue Budong's body. It flapped its wings and flew up. This time it didn't look back. Finally, in the sky, the splendor once again spread out and filled the entire firmament. All the birds raised their heads and puffed out their chests in unison, letting out the loudest chirps. At this moment, the sky shook and the earth shook. Every bird had a satisfied look on their faces. So what if one person got the phoenix blood? So what if 10 people got it? The heavens blessed the Phoenix Longevity Hall. Immortality was a legend. A faint sigh sounded. It seemed to be questioning, as if it was depressed, as if it was melancholy, as if it was a pity, and as if it was lamenting. But no matter what, the tradition of the Phoenix race had already changed since Rue Budong's first complete awakening. Whether it was the nirvana heavenly fire or the secret techniques of the Phoenix race, they had always been enjoyed by one person alone. But Rue Batong had shared it with his brothers from the very beginning. The first time was the same. The second time was also the same. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, even the real spirit of the phoenix in Rue Budong's body didn't know. Rue Batong finally opened his eyes. The first thing he did was to look at his hands, nervously. He looked at his feet and then at his body. Then he cheered. What? My hands didn't turn into claws. My feet didn't turn into claws. My body didn't grow feathers. I'm still a human, not a bird. Wahaha. This fellow already had the awareness of transforming into a phoenix in the land of nirvana just now. After all, those countless silhouettes came from his consciousness. Naturally, he had thought that he had transformed. Just when he was extremely nervous, he was pleasantly surprised to see that he was still a human. It was really indescribable. The brothers surrounded Rue Batong, laughing and jumping. Luo Kadi and G.M.O. rushed up. One of them pressed down on his head, while the other punched him in the stomach. Rue Batong let out a loud cry. He was already lying on the ground. Luo Kadi cheered and sat on him. Then the brothers started to stack on top of each other. Rue Batong screamed, "Spare me! Spare me, big brothers! Why are you here? Fuck, who is this? Who is this? What a fucking stinky ass." Luo Kadi had been pooped all over by a diarrhea bird and hadn't had time to clean himself. Now Rue Batong, the king of birds, had enjoyed more than half of all the smells. While they were laughing, the surrounding birds had already started to disperse. Emo Chingu had already escaped at the first moment. Then she stood quietly under a tree and looked over with a smile. There was a hint of nervousness and uneasiness in her smile. There was also a strong desire. She forced herself to be calm, but she couldn't control herself. Chu Yang and Emo Tianji found it strange at the same time. Logically speaking, Emo Chingu should have seen Chu Yang. She had always flown up and jumped into his arms, acting coquettishly, looking for protection and pampering as if she had been wronged. Why was it this time? Was it completely different? Chu Yang looked at Emo Chingu standing quietly and softly under the tree, looking at him just like that. Suddenly, there was an incomparably familiar feeling in his heart. This was just like in his previous life. Every time he left her, she would stand under the tree and send him off like this. Whether it was her charm, expression, or emotions, It was almost exactly the same. Huge waves of emotions suddenly surged in Chu Yang's heart. If Emo Qinggu was still as innocent and cute as before, Chu Yang would have already flown up and hugged her tenderly. But now, under such a familiar gaze, Chu Yang actually became timid and didn't dare to go forward. It was as if the one standing in front of him was the Emo Qinggu from his previous life that he had wronged, felt guilty about, stayed by his side in life and death, and had no regrets even in death, and not this tender little girl in this life. Emo Tianji was the first to react. He looked at Chu Yang strangely, surprised at Chu Yang's reaction at this moment. But then he was shocked by the huge surprise of seeing his sister again. Controlling his heart, he rushed up happily. "Little Wu, little sister." He opened his arms to hug her. Emo Qingwu's eyes welled up with tears. Her small face became red, but she shrank back a little and took a step back. Emo Tianji opened his arms and suddenly stopped like this. His face also became a little stiff. There was uncertainty on his sister's face. There was also some alienation and some hostility in her eyes. Suddenly, he felt a stab of pain. Why was it like this? "Little Wu," Emo Tianji asked with some heartache, "what's wrong with you?" Emo Qinggu looked at him with some unfamiliarity and some longing. She said, "Is it second brother?" At this moment, Emo Qinggu suddenly mixed reality and dream. She didn't know why, but Emo Qinggu had a feeling that the things in the dream were real. But clearly her life wasn't like this. This contradiction between reality and dream, when she saw Chu Yang and Emo Tianji at this moment, conflicted to the extreme. Her mind was a mess. Then, after a long time, she remembered that on the way to the far north wastelands, second brother had once explained to her what had happened back then. Her confused eyes slowly regained clarity. Yes, second brother loved her. In the dream, she didn't seem to have given him a chance to explain, right? Emo Tianji nodded vigorously. It's second brother. It's second brother. Why are you? What's wrong with you? Emo Tianji, who had always been wise, was so anxious at this moment that the tip of his nose was sweating. He shouted, "Chu Yang, come here and take a look. What's wrong with little Wu?" Chu Yang walked over slowly. At this moment, he felt the excitement in his heart. With every step he took, that feeling in his heart became a little clearer. Suddenly, his heart surged and his face turned red. Finally, he came in front of Emo Qinggu. He met this pair of clear black and white eyes and looked at them. Their eyes met. Emo Qingwu's eyes clearly had a trace of avoidance and grievance. Chu Yang asked softly and carefully, "Is it little Wu or Qinggu?" His voice was very soft. In fact, it was so soft that it seemed as if he was afraid of waking up a dream. However, his voice contained a deep affection that could overturn rivers and seas. In fact, even Emo Tianji could clearly hear it. After much effort, a chapter was finally out. This chapter was really difficult to write. I originally wanted to write quickly and then hurry home to celebrate the New Year. But when I wrote this confusing plot, it gave me a headache. I've been writing for 4 hours until now. I'm going home now. When I come back tonight, I'll write again. But even if there's an update, it may be past midnight. Everyone doesn't have to wait. Let's read it together tomorrow. G. Chapter 1388. Chu Yang asked cautiously with incomparable apprehension, "Are you Xiaowu or Qinggu?" This sentence made the master of calculation and manipulation, Emo Tianji, dizzy. In an instant, this wise man, who was ranked in the top 3 in the heavenly layer, was in a state of confusion. Emo Tianji didn't understand what the sentence meant. Whether it was Xiao Wu or Qing Wu, weren't they both my sisters? For Chu Yang to ask this question, is he out of his mind? Or is he out of his mind? However, Emo Qing Wu clearly understood the words that Emo Tianji did not understand. Emo Qing Wu's eyes became hazy. Her white teeth bit her lips. Her lips trembled and turned white. She said, "Wasn't that a dream?" Her long eyelashes fluttered like a startled deer. Chu Yang was a little agitated. He stepped forward and said, "Yes, that was a dream." At this moment his heart was surging. A sour feeling rose from the bottom of his heart and spread throughout his body. He knew the crux of Mo Ching Wu's problem. Since he left, Mo Ching Wu must have had that strange dream every day. But now, she had no one to talk to and no one to comfort her. This was a kind of mental disorder caused by the repeated dreams. It caused her personality to evolve towards the memories of her previous life. But it wasn't the real awakening of the memories of her previous life. Otherwise, Mo Ching wouldn't have reacted like this. He thought about how Mo Ching Wu had to bear that heart-wrenching dream all by herself. That kind of pressure was as heavy as a mountain. That experience was filled with sorrow and despair. How could a little girl like her be able to bear it? Chu Yang's heart was suddenly filled with heartache. That was a dream. Mo Ching Wu's eyes reddened. She bit her lips and said sadly, "But you were so fierce. You didn't want me any more. In your eyes, I'm not even as pretty as a sword." These words finally restored some of Xiao Wu's tone and image in this life. Chu Yang took a breath and said gently, "Silly, do you know? Dreams were all illusory. Furthermore, dreams and reality were absolute opposites. In dreams, the worse I treat you, the better I treat you in reality." Mo Ching Wu's eyes lit up. She finally couldn't hold back her joy and said, "Really? Really?" Chu Yang said with certainty. Mo Ching Wu's small nose bridge wrinkled. Then her eyes turned into crescents, and she smiled happily. She tilted her head and wanted to act coquettishly, but she felt that her mood had changed too quickly and she wasn't used to it. So she pretended to be angry and said, "Humph, humph, 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 humph." Although Chu Yang still had some worries in his heart, he was temporarily relieved. He smiled and said, "What are you snorting for? Have I turned into a piglet?" And Mo Ching-gu rolled her eyes and said angrily, "You're the piggy." Chu Yang said, "Only a piglet would humph." And Mo Ching-wu unhappily wrinkled her nose and snorted twice. Suddenly he frowned and said suspiciously, "But you just asked me. You're Xiao Wu, or Ching Wu." The little girl recalled the dream again. In her dream, Chu Yang had always called her Ching Wu. The little girl began to let her imagination run wild again. How could Chu Yang give her a chance to go back? He immediately put on a straight face. "Who is Xiao Wu?" And Mo Ching Wu replied in a daze, "Of course it's me." Chu Yang continued to ask, "Who is Ching Wu?" And Mo Ching Wu, "Of course it's me too." Humph, humph, humph. Chu Yang snorted twice and winked. "Then are you Xiao Wu or Ching Wu?" The pitiful little girl was immediately led into a ditch by these two sentences. She said in a silly manner, "Xiao Wu is me, Ching Wu is also me." Ah! Suddenly, she jumped up and pounded Chu Yang's chest with her small pink fists. She said coquettishly, "Big brother Chu Yang, you're so naughty. You're really naughty. Xiao Wu hates you to death." Chu Yang hugged the warm and fragrant jade in his arms. Instantly, a huge rock in his heart was lifted. It was a false alarm. He laughed happily. "You're stupid. You can't blame me for going in circles." Mo Ching Wu twisted her body but refused to comply. At this moment, the naivety and innocence returned to Xiao Wu. Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. Chu Yang put on a straight face and said, "Where's the greeting gift?" The little girl snorted unhappily. Then she happily pouted her red lips and pecked Chu Yang's right cheek. Chu Yang moaned happily. He tilted his head and moved his left cheek closer. "Here, munch." The little girl took another bite. Chu Yang pouted. "Here." Mo Ching Wu giggled and struggled out of his arms. She scrubbed her face and hid to one side. She complained, "Big brother Chu Yang is a big hooligan." Chu Yang smiled dizzily. Mo Tianji's eyes reddened as he watched. He angrily took 2 steps forward and placed himself between Chu Yang and Mo Qingwu. He slanted his nose and narrowed his eyes as he said furiously, "What a scandal!" Chu Yang reached out and pushed him to one side. He said, "What does it have to do with you? Go away." Mo Tianji was at his wit's end. He walked to his sister and advised in a low voice, "Little Wu, you're still young. Getting involved in these things too early will be detrimental to your growth. Also, as a girl, you have to be reserved. Reserved, understand? This concerns your status in the future." Mo Qingwu opened her round eyes and said, "Getting involved in these things too early. What are these things here?" Mo Tianji's face darkened. He carefully chose his words and said, "For example, love between a man and a woman." Mo Qingwu asked, "What is love between a man and a woman?" Mo Tianji opened his mouth wide. This, Mo Qingwu persevered. "Second brother, explain it." Mo Tianji's eyes widened. "Second brother, explain it." Mo Qingwu acted coquettishly. "I want to have sex with big brother Chu Yang, but I can't." Mo Tianji's face darkened. He shouted in grief and indignation, "No." "Why not?" Mo Qingwu asked bravely. "Explain it clearly. This matter, this. Mo Tianji tragically stuttered under his sister's questioning. Mo Tianji, who had always been wise, eloquent, strategizing, and the master of calculation and manipulation, in front of his sister's pure and flawless eyes, that intense thirst for knowledge in her eyes, he was utterly defeated. He couldn't help but look at Chu Yang for help. Chu Yang was cursing in his heart. "This bastard is really a jerk, always ruining my plans. This is intolerable," seeing that Mo Tianji was asking for help. Chu Yang's eyes turned and he asked humbly, "Yes, brother Tianji, I would also like to ask, what exactly is love between a man and a woman that you mentioned? Does it need to be in a specific environment, or does it need some other conditions?" "Ayaya, Tianji, oh Tianji, your thoughts aren't impure, right? Let me tell you, Xiao Wu and I won't listen to those shameless things, even if it's something like taking off one's clothes. Don't you think so, Xiao Wu?" Mo Qingwu nodded vigorously. She fully supported Brother Chu Yang's words. "Brother Chu Yang is absolutely right. Second brother, you can't talk about those shameless things. Second brother, hurry up and explain." Mo Tianji hugged his head and squatted on the ground. He was speechless for a long time. Oh God, just let me die. Chu Yang had finally vented his resentment. For a moment he felt elated. "Motherfucker, even you, Mo Tianji, have such a day. You deserve it." Mo Tianji thought for a long time. Finally he exploded. He pulled Mo Qingwu to one side and said earnestly in a low voice, "Xiao Wu, there are some things that I can't tell you so early, but I have to remind you. Do you know that you are a girl?" Mo Tianji gritted his teeth and said patiently, "Don't you like Chu Yang? Then let me tell you a secret. If you want Chu Yang to always remember you, you have to make him unable to eat you forever. For example, you have to loosen the reins in order to grasp them better. Or you have to be hazy, like an illusion, or simply become an iceberg. Arouse his desire to conquer you, but don't let him conquer you. Just leave him hanging like this." Mo Tianji looked at Chu Yang maliciously and said fiercely in his heart, "Leave him hanging for thousands of years." Mo Qingwu said unhappily, "I don't want to listen to you. You haven't even found a wife. This is the conclusion of being kicked by girls too many times, right?" Mo Tianji was speechless. Mo Qingwu said excitedly, "But the first 2 sentences are somewhat useful, but I don't really understand." Mo Tianji was shocked. "What don't you understand? Second brother will explain it to you in detail." "What is unable to eat me?" Mo Qingwu asked tirelessly. "Is brother Chu Yang going to eat me?" Mo Tianji opened his mouth. What is desire to conquer?" The little girl tilted her head, and looked confused. Mo Tianji opened his eyes wide. At this moment, the master of calculation and manipulation, Mo Tianji, simply wanted to dig a hole in the ground and bury himself quickly. He could explain these things to anyone. If it was to Gu Duxing, GMO, Luo Kadi, and the others, Mo Tianji could even talk loudly and enthusiastically all night long until those guys' eyes showed a wolf-like look. Only then would he stop. But only to his own sister. He couldn't explain it. On the side, Chu Yang was laughing so hard that his stomach was cramping. But he also felt a little strange in his heart. Since Mo Qing Wu keeps dreaming, it's impossible that she doesn't even know these things. Even if she hasn't heard of it in reality, she has experienced it in her dreams. Just as Mo Tianji was in a difficult situation, Mo Qing Wu suddenly blushed and scolded hatefully. Second brother, I really don't know what you're thinking about every day. In my opinion, among all of you brothers, you're the most impure. You're the most rogue. And you still have the face to talk about others. Humph. Mo Tianji was dumbfounded. How am I impure? How am I a rogue? Humph. Brother, Chu Yang has been with you all this time. Did he learn bad things from you? Mo Qing Wu snorted and walked angrily to Chu Yang with her head tilted. She grabbed his arm and said, Brother Chu Yang, let's go. Let's stay far away from him. In the future, you're not allowed to learn from him. Chu Yang nodded like he was pounding garlic. I definitely won't learn from him. Mo Qing Wu heaved a sigh of relief. Second brother is really too hateful. Chu Yang hurriedly added insult to injury. Actually, you've misunderstood. Your second brother is still very good. He often invites me to drink and to some elegant places to listen to music and drink tea, see beautiful women, and so on. But I've always just listened. Although your second brother can't be found at those places every time he goes to, I'm really curious about where he goes. Besides, he has so many friends at those places, and all of them are very beautiful. Mo Qing Wu's eyes spat fire. What a good Mo Tianji. Humph, humph, humph. Mo Tianji was devastated. Chu Yang, I'll fight it out with you. Cough. Sorry for the late update. G. Chapter 1389. The impression that Mo Tianji had just restored in his sister's heart was completely destroyed. She saw how obedient her younger sister was to Chu Yang. Chu Yang was speaking on one side, and Mo Qing was looking at her with an extremely resentful expression on the other side. Mo Tianji's blood boiled, and he almost spat out mouthfuls of blood. Smart kids remember Network's super fast hands. Was there any justice in this world? Qing Wu, you don't know. Tianji is really a good person. Don't misunderstand him. Chu Yang continued to work hard, looking as if he would never give up until he suppressed Mo Tianji to hell and made him unable to make a comeback. Tianji has been chivalrous all this while and has indeed done many heroic deeds of saving beauties. The number of women that he has saved is really uncountable. He's a good man. Mo Qing Wu was so angry that her nose was crooked. Brother Chu Yang, you believe this? Let me ask you, were all the girls that second brother saved very beautiful? Chu Yang was startled. He thought seriously and said, I didn't pay attention to this. In my heart, who can be more beautiful than Xiao Wu? But now that you mention it, it does seem to be the case. Mo Qing Wu's face was full of satisfaction and happiness. She looked down on Mo Tianji and said, Yes, if they were not beautiful, why would he save them? He obviously has an ulterior motive. Chu Yang was enlightened. I see. I really didn't pay attention. At this time someone said, Don't mention this. Mo Tianji keeps to himself every time and doesn't let us interfere. It's fine if it's me, but Luo Kadi is still single. He has no chance at all. Sigh. Mo Tianji is having more and more concubines. It was GMO. At the side, Luo Kadi wanted to cry, but had no tears. This is nothing. But Mo Tianji goes to the brothel every day. It's really a little bad. For a moment, Mo Tianji was criticized by everyone. It was as if he had 100 mouths all over his body. He couldn't explain it. Ao Xiaoyin was the only one who didn't participate in the attack. He looked at him sympathetically and said, Tianji, actually, I knew that you were not this kind of person. Mo Tianji said with grief and indignation, Get lost! Ao Xiaoyin was furious. He said, You go to the brothel every day, and you still think you are right. The group of brothers immediately poured all the shit in the world onto Mo Tianji, and when he opened his mouth, he would definitely say, Actually, Tianji is a good person, for example. Mo Tianji was so angry that he almost had a heart attack. Mo Qinggu was also so angry that one Buddha was born, and 2 Buddhas rose to the heavens. She angrily pulled Chu Yang and walked in front. Gmo, Luo Kudi, Rue Butong, and the others giggled as they swarmed forward. They followed behind Mo Tianji. Each of them felt refreshed. They had been oppressed by Mo Tianji for so long that they couldn't turn the tables. But they could finally hold their heads up high today. Seeing Mo Tianji's dark face, the little brothers felt as if they had taken a cold bath on a hot day. Their bodies felt warm from head to toe. It was Mo Tianji's image. This time he had completely ruined it in front of his younger sister. Moreover, Chu Yang's great image had been thoroughly established after Mo Tianji's image had collapsed. Under Chu Yang's lead, everyone advanced towards the flat mountain ridge. Everyone knew in their hearts that they had to get rid of the traitor in the Chu clan. It was an urgent matter. As for other matters, there was no harm in dragging it out. Along the way, Mo Tianji looked for countless opportunities to explain to his younger sister. Mo Qingwu raised her nose and tilted her face. She ignored him. Along the way, the master of calculation and manipulation, Mo Tianji, was so anxious that he almost had blisters on his mouth. Finally, one morning, Mo Qingwu came to Mo Tianji guiltily. I'm sorry, second brother. I misunderstood you again. Mo Tianji felt as if he had been pardoned. He immediately laughed and waved his hand. It's not your fault. It's all Chu Yang's fault. Mo Qingwu was furious. The truth was told to me by brother Chu Yang last night. You're actually slandering him now. She turned around and left. Mo Tianji was dumbfounded. Chu Yang, who was at the side, laughed so hard that he almost fell down. However, Mo Qingwu's 2 misunderstandings towards Mo Tianji had been completely resolved by Chu Yang's method. Moreover, the anger that Mo Qingwu had towards Mo Tianji in her 2 lives had also unknowingly eliminated all her resentment towards him. Thinking of the tragedy of Mo Qingwu's previous life, Chu Yang still had some residual anger. But for Qingwu, Chu Yang still deliberately planned to completely eliminate her resentment towards her family complex. Next was the real highlight, the entanglement between him and Mo Qingwu in her previous life. Although Mo Qingwu had not completely recovered her memories of her previous life, Chu Yang could tell from her repeated dreams that Mo Qingwu's memories had already reached a critical point. Maybe she would really recover her memories at some point. From there, he would know that it was not a dream at that time. He would face an unprecedented impact. And that day would not be too far away. The group sped all the way, ignoring the crowd that gathered in all directions. They directly broke through the crowd. Soon, the flat mountain ridge was in sight. Then, they sped up like a gust of wind and entered the Chu clan's courtyard. Chu Feiling and Yang Ruolan were missing their son. When they suddenly heard that he was back, they were surprised and immediately came out to welcome him. The whole family also came out to welcome him. When the whole family met, the atmosphere was warm and lively. At night, after the family banquet, Chu Yang immediately discussed with his parents. In addition, old master Chu Xiongqing was also present. Traitor! Chu Feiling was shocked. He and Yang Ruolan looked at each other. Yang Ruolan's face was a little pale. She thought of the existence of a traitor and the danger to the clan. This time it was Dong Wushang, Rue Butong, Mo Lei and Mo Qingwu. Then, what about the next time? Would it be her son Chuyang? They must be eliminated. Young Ruolan's appearance at this moment was like an old hen frantically protecting her chick in the face of a fox's threat. All the feathers on her body stood up. Young Ruolan would rather risk everything than let anything happen to her son, who she had lost and gone through all kinds of hardships to find back her son. Even if her son's cultivation had surpassed hers, in her eyes, her son would always be the same as the baby in her arms back then. Mother will use the most vicious means in the world to destroy any threat to your son. Who is the traitor? Chu Feiling asked. Chuyang was silent for a while and said, I only need to ask one person. Then I will know all the movements of the traitor. But by then, I'm afraid, no matter who the traitor is, since he has done such a thing, he is our Chu clan's mortal enemy. Old Master Chu Xiongqing said, the Elder Master has already passed the power of life and death to you. You can do whatever you want. Chuyang was silent for a while and nodded. In the dark night, Chuyang came to the residence of the Moon Breeze couple. Before he knocked on the door was already open. Yu Lingxue, dressed in a snow-white robe, stood tall in the courtyard, as if he was specially waiting for him. I know. As long as you know, you will come. Yu Lingxue's every movement was as suave as usual. Chuyang smiled and said, Greetings, Elder. Yu Lingxue laughed and let him in. Has Elder's body fully recovered? Chuyang sat down. He asked, It has already recovered to its original state, but during this period of time, I stopped practicing. Yu Lingxue smiled. Yes. Chuyang thought for a while and took out 2 bottles made of purple crystal jade core. He placed them on the table. He said, I know what Elder is thinking. This bottle is the spiritual spring. It has evolved compared to the previous one. After consumption, it can adjust the body's vitality to the highest level. He smiled and said, As for the evolution of the spring of life, I only need to find one more person to catalyze it. By then, the wishes of both elders will be fulfilled. Upon hearing this, Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro, who was in the inner chamber, were overjoyed. Feng Yuro came out like a gust of wind. Her face was a little red, but she still thanked Chuyang. Thank you, little brother. Yu Lingxue laughed and said, Then what's in the other bottle? Chuyang said, That's 1/2 kilogram of celestial wine. Celestial wine? Yu Lingxue asked with a frown. Yes. Chuyang said, I got this by chance. This bottle is enough to increase the cultivation of an ordinary person by 2,000 years. Since both elders don't plan to practice now, it is also a good choice to keep it for the cleansing of the child's marrow in the future. It was more than just a good choice. The Moon Breeze couple was so overjoyed that they were a little stunned. They didn't have a child yet, but both of them were already full of hope. They had already started planning for the child's education, safety, and other aspects in the future. Now that they had gotten this from Chuyang, it was like a big pie falling from the sky. They could guarantee that their child would be an expert the moment he was born. As long as his aptitude wasn't too bad, with this bottle of celestial wine as a foundation, it would be easy for him to reach the peak of upper-grade supreme martial artist in the future. Feng Yuro was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. She thanked Chuyang deeply and kept it carefully. It's a little early now. Chuyang was a little embarrassed. He said, but I'm afraid that I won't have this anymore by then. So I'd better leave some here first, in case I can't take it out when the time comes. It'll be very awkward, haha. Both the Moon Breeze couple understood what Chuyang meant. They also smiled, somewhat rejoicing. Yes, what Chuyang said was absolutely right. It was impossible to have too many of such things. And as the Tribulation Swordmaster, Chuyang had many brothers. His need for such things was even greater. Besides, he had a big clan. Therefore, what Chu Yang said about, "I'm afraid that I won't have it anymore by then," was the absolute truth. Chu Yang took out another 3 pieces of souls of the purple crystal and placed them on the table. He pushed them over lightly. 1 each for the 2 seniors and the future baby. Consider it my greeting gift. This time the Moon Breeze couple really got a shock. Ever since he came in, the 3 items that Chu Yang took out were each more shocking than the last. In their more than 10,000 years of life, the Moon Breeze couple had never seen or heard of these 3 items before. The last item was actually the legendary soul of the purple crystal. Begging for monthly votes, I'm going to write the second update. Today is the 24th day of the 12th lunar month. Thinking that the spring festival is coming, my heart is filled with excitement. Suddenly, I felt poetic and wrote a poem. The spring festival is like a beautiful girl, walking all the way to me, as she walks as she takes off her clothes when she's in front of me. Chapter 1390. Even someone as powerful as Yu Lingxue was also shocked by Chu Yang's generosity. Smart kids remember network super fast hands looking at the soul of the purple crystal in front of him. Yu Lingxue only felt his mouth dry up. He was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. He let Feng Yuro keep it and said with a smile, "You're still young. Surely this isn't a simple greeting gift?" Chu Yang smiled slightly. "It's not impossible to say that it's gratitude. After all, if not for the 2 of you, the Chu clan would have been destroyed thousands of times already. The 2 of you have contributed greatly to our survival till now." What Chu Yang said was the truth. If not for the Moon Breeze couple and Wu Jiueching, judging from Chu Yang's misdeeds outside, the Chu clan would have been long gone. Of course, if not for the fact that he had arranged for these 3 great gods to stay here, Chu Yang wouldn't have dared to be so impudent outside. After all, there was a huge difference between having worries and not having any at all. After Wu Jiueching left, the entire Chu clan was protected by the Moon Breeze couple. It was foolproof. Yu Lingxue said softly, "Although we can't directly participate in the war to pacify the world, we can still look after the clan for you." His smile flashed with sharp sword intent. "Of course, when it comes to the last step, we won't sit back and watch. I believe that the other side won't sit back and watch either." Chu Yang completely understood what he meant. The last step would be the final battle. When that time came, they would go up against all the supreme experts and law enforcement officers of the big clans that had been accumulated over tens of thousands of years. That battle was the true battle that set the mountains and rivers. A battle to settle the world. Yu Lingxue smiled. "If it's because of these, I'm ashamed. We're just 2 patients who are lazing around here waiting for treatment." The 3 of them laughed at the same time. "There's one more thing that I hope you can help me with today," said Chu Yang. As if guessing what he was going to say, Yu Lingxue said, "Speak." "Traitor," said Chu Yang softly. Yu Lingxue smiled amusedly. "Why did you come to look for me?" Chu Yang chuckled. "The Chu clan has been established for quite some time, but there are no experts in the clan. Not to mention, there are no super experts. Therefore, even if there are traitors, they're stuck with their original methods. These people," Chu Yang smiled, "with a mid-grade supreme martial artist here, as long as he's not in closed-door training, he won't be able to do anything. If that's the case, there won't be any movement within 1,000 miles that can be hidden from us." He narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Senior is an upright person who knows how to repay kindness. Naturally, you would pay more attention to the movements of the Chu clan. Under such circumstances, it would be impossible for the traitor to hide from you." Yu Lingxue smiled. What Chu Yang said was absolutely right. Yu Lingxue had always been somewhat grateful towards Chu Yang. What's more, the couple's greatest wish depended on Chu Yang. How could he not care about the Chu clan? Under such circumstances, it would be strange if they didn't discover the traitor's actions. But that person's identity, very awkward. Yu Lingxue smiled. Chu Yang frowned. It's your second uncle's widow. A cold glint flashed across Yu Lingshue's eyes. If it were anyone else, I would have dealt with them on the spot. Since it's her, it's not convenient for an outsider like me to make a move. Chu Yang's brows furrowed tightly. Chu Feilong's widow, Madame Wei, Yu Lingxue said indifferently, other than reminding Dong Wushang before he set off, I didn't do anything else. There was a glint in his eyes. The encounter of tribulations is a training that will definitely happen. It's not good for me to interfere. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Yet another person who is influenced by the theory of tribulations never dying. And this person was actually Yu Lingxue. How can one grow without experiencing wind and rain? Yu Lingxue said softly, a tree grows after a lifetime of wind and rain. A person who grows after a lifetime of bloodshed is a strong person. Chu Yang nodded. If there's time, I would like to meet this brother of yours. Yu Lingxue smiled. Chu Yang bade farewell to Moon Breeze and returned. His mind was churning intensely. Madame Wei was Chu Feilong's first wife and gave birth to 3 sons for him. When Chu Feilong died, Madame Wei fainted from grief. But after that, she didn't do anything. She was actually the traitor? Chu Yang suddenly recalled that his 4th uncle, Chu Fian, once sighed and said, Actually, your second uncle used to be a very good person. The 4 of us had always been very united. However, ever since your second uncle met your second aunt, things changed. Especially after they got married, many of your second uncle's actions were very incomprehensible. Your second uncle met Madame Wei outside when he was roaming the martial world, and it was from then on that your second uncle really became incomprehensible. And then he became more and more serious. As for your matter, it's hard to say. Back then, Chu Fian's words were very vague, and what he said was extracted from the conversation of the whole night. At that time, he didn't feel anything. But now that Madame Wei was exposed as a traitor, Chu Yang realized that Chu Fian had revealed a lot of important information to him. Madame Wei? Chu Xiongqing's face changed color. Are you sure? It was Elder Yu Lingxue who had been observing the Chu clan with his divine sense and discovered it. Chu Yang said, during this period, Madame Wei went out several times. Twice, she released carrier pigeons outside the flat mountain ridge. The last time, she had a secret talk with someone in a tea house in the flat mountain ridge. After that, this attack happened. Chu Yang said with certainty, so Madame Wei is a traitor. There's no doubt about this. But what's worth thinking about is, if she's a traitor, which side does she belong to? Hearing that this matter was confirmed by Yu Lingxue, old Master Chu was instantly speechless. If he still didn't believe Yu Lingshue's judgment, then there was no one else in this world worthy of his trust. Is there a need to guess? Old Master Chu blew his beard and glared. The interception was done by the Shao clan. Of course, Madame Wei is from the Shao clan. Not necessarily. Chu Yang shook his head, slowly. At that time, Chu Feilong colluded with the Yi clan, and, all along, I didn't see any contact between him and the Shao clan. Why did Chu Feilong die? Instead of contacting the Yi clan, Madame Wei contacted the Shao clan first? Chu Yang said in a low voice, This is a big point of suspicion. Hearing this, old Master Chu's expression changed. Firstly, speaking of Chu Feilong, old Master Chu was still a little sad after all. Secondly, there were 2 dominant clans eyeing covetously at the same time. This pressure was also earth-shattering. How do you plan to deal with this matter? Old Master Chu asked. I'm thinking about it, Chu Yang said, but regarding the outcome, it depends on your opinion. Old Master Chu hesitated for a while, stood up and paced with his hands behind his back. After a long time, he finally said, If she doesn't repent, then let them reunite. After Old Master finished this sentence, he left in a huff. But from the low tone of the last sentence, Chu Yang could still tell that Old Master was sad. His second son had become a traitor. He died miserably. His 2 grandsons also died along with him. Now even his widow was also going to, if all of them were really gone, then those that remained in this world. Only his grandson, Chu Tingyun, was left. At such a young age, he lost his parents and brothers, and all of them died in the hands of his own family. I really don't know how this 12 or 13-year-old kid can survive. Would he go mad with hatred because of this and walk down the same path as his father, Chu Failong? Chu Failing and Yang Rolin were also a little dumbfounded. Chu Yang came out with a lot on his mind and went to look for Mo Tianji. Such an intricate and complicated matter. Leaving it to this fellow would definitely bring out the best in each other. But on the way he met Yang Bao. Old Master Yang had specially waited here for a long time to look for Chu Yang. What are you busy with every day? You come and go like a ghost. Come. Follow me. I have something to tell you. Old Master Yang pulled Chu Yang's collar and walked away. Slow down, I'm almost out of breath. Chu Yang was puzzled. Why was Old Master looking for him? He was prepared to pay a visit tomorrow, but he didn't expect Old Master Yang to come knocking on his door. Old Master Yang dragged Chu Yang into a room where Grandma Yang was waiting for him. When she saw Chu Yang, she first praised him like a precious baby before it was Old Master Yang's turn to talk about serious matters. Old Master Yang asked very mysteriously and seriously, "What's your cultivation level now?" Chu Yang rubbed his nose. "I think I'm a 3rd-grade supreme martial artist." Old Master Yang didn't expect his nephew to already be a supreme martial artist. He was stunned. After a long while, he clapped his hands and said, "Damn it! So strong! You're so damn fast." Chu Yang was speechless. A walking stick smashed down from behind Old Master Yang. Old Mistress Yang smashed Old Master Yang to the ground with her walking stick and scolded, "Damn it! How dare you scold me?" Old Master Yang got up from the ground and patted the dust off as if nothing had happened. He said angrily, "I'm talking about serious matters with my grandson. Don't interrupt." Old Mistress Yang snorted and said, "Don't scold people when you're talking about serious matters. If you dare to scold me indirectly again, I'll let you know how powerful I am." Old Master Yang grimaced and didn't dare to retort. He turned to Chu Yang and said, "Damn it!" Chu Yang was speechless. He had never seen someone like this. Scolding my grandma, and now my grandma. What's wrong with me? Then Old Master Yang started to talk about serious matters. "It's about time. You can also ask the Moon Breeze couple for help at critical moments. Besides, it can't be delayed any longer." "Why?" asked Chu Yang. "Do you still remember what I told you about the Aspen Valley Purple Crystal Mine?" asked Old Master Yang. Then he said, "It's okay if you haven't heard of it. It's not too late for me to tell you now." Chu Yang was speechless. Old Master Yang took in a deep breath and said, "When we discovered it, we thought that it was just a small purple crystal mine, so no one paid much attention to it. But until last year, we suddenly dug out something from it. Then this old man immediately felt that something was wrong. If that's really the case, then this place isn't something that a mere Yang clan can occupy." "What is it?" Chu Yang felt his heart beating faster for some reason, as if an earth-shattering thing was about to be revealed to him. This feeling made even Chu Yang himself feel rather baffled. Chapter 1391. Along with Chu Yang's agitation, the sword spirit in the tribulation space also became agitated. Smart kids remember network, super fast hands, both of them were a little puzzled. What exactly was it that could make a sword master and a sword spirit so agitated? And it was just a vague feeling, yet it was already like this. Chu Yang's mouth became dry. He said, "Grandfather, did you discover a top-grade heavenly treasure?" Yang Bao glared and said angrily, "If it was just a heavenly treasure, wouldn't it be fine if I secretly kept it myself? Why would my whole family have to seek refuge in your place in such a sorry state?" The old master finally admitted that he had come to the Chu clan to seek refuge. Chu Yang said, "Then what did you find? Why are you being so cautious?" This time, Yang Bao didn't continue speaking. Instead, he sighed rather sadly. Looking up at the ceiling, he said, "At that time we discovered a small amount of purple crystals there, and the Yang clan took root there. Poplar Valley got its name from that. For hundreds of years, it had always been intermittent. Sometimes they couldn't dig up a single purple crystal for 3 to 5 months. Other times they had continuous harvests. But this bit of harvest was really negligible to the big clans. So even though the Shao clan knew about it, they were full of ridicule and disdain towards the Yang clan's mining." Chu Yang thought, with the Shao clan's wealth, they naturally wouldn't care about such a small purple crystal mine. Among the big clans, the amount of purple crystal mined in a day by any one of them was probably equivalent to 10 years of mining by the Yang clan. It was normal that they didn't care about it. If the Shao clan actually went to war over such a small purple crystal mine, that would be idiotic. And it would also appear that they didn't have any tolerance for others. It would be extremely detrimental to the Shao clan's rule in the southeast. But the Yang clan relied on this small purple crystal mine to develop gradually. Even though it was definitely impossible for them to become a big clan, it was enough to dominate a region. The importance of these purple crystals. Chu Yang thought of the vast amount of purple crystals stored in his space. He couldn't help but feel like, "I'm a rich man." Until one day, there were no purple crystals for 3 consecutive months. I just wanted to give up on this purple crystal mine. It was really like chicken ribs, tasteless but a pity to throw it away. But at this moment, he dug out a huge, strange, purple crystal origin stone. This purple crystal origin stone actually couldn't be ground. At that time, I wanted to auction it off and stop mining the purple crystal mine. I wanted the Yang clan to live a peaceful life. But after I sold it, I couldn't bear to part with it. After that, the buyer was unable to open the stone. The buyer then put it up for auction. I don't know why, but I actually bought it back. Master Yang's face turned slightly red. At the side, old Mistress Yang spat in disdain and scolded, "Idiot!" He sold it for 200 purple crystals, and actually spent 300 purple crystals to buy it back. How can there be such an idiot in the world? Chu Yang was also dumbfounded. What a weirdo. It was definitely rare in the world. He couldn't bear to sell it, but when someone else sold it, he bought it back. Not only did he not make any money, but he also did not make any money. Instead, he lost 100 purple crystals. This kind of thing was indeed not something an ordinary person could do. Chu Yang suddenly gasped in amazement at the strength of his grandfather. Then a brother of mine happened to be there. We joined forces and borrowed the strength of that brother of mine. Finally, that thing was opened. Then we discovered that thing on your neck. Master Yang raised his eyebrows. Purple crystal jade essence. Chu Yang finally pieced everything together. The brother that Master was talking about is definitely Dukyu. Indeed, what Master Yang said next was exactly the same as what Dukyu said. Then, I thought, since there's purple crystal jade essence, then this purple crystal mine is still very promising. Maybe if I continued digging, it would actually be a huge purple crystal mine. So I gave up on my original decision and continued mining. Master Yang's face was a little red. Obviously, he despised his own behavior of changing his mind. Chu Yang also sighed. How good would it have been if I had stopped at that time? Master Yang let out a long sigh. After that, the number of purple crystals mined increased. It could actually keep up with the clan's cultivation, and there was even a surplus. So, I continued mining excitedly. The Shao clan also took it as a joke. In any case, they didn't take it to heart. So, last year, that day, Master Yang was a little hesitant. After pondering for a long time, he gritted his teeth and said, "The deeper we dug, the wetter it became. Then, slowly, a spring appeared." Spring water? Chu Yang was greatly surprised. He was wondering what it was. It was actually a spring water. The appearance of spring water in the mine saved us from replenishing our supplies. So everyone was thirsty. At that time, everyone present drank until they were full. Yang Bao revealed a look of fear. Then everyone went crazy. This person said that he saw a ghost. That person said that everyone in the world was a demon. There was even someone who said that there was a worm in his stomach, and he dug his stomach open. Chu Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of spring water could have such power? Then we investigated in every possible way and did experiments. Only then did we realize that the problem was with that spring water. Yang Bao said with lingering fear, "At that time, if it wasn't for your grandmother stopping me, I could also go up and drink a few mouthfuls." Old Mistress Yang rolled her eyes at the side and scolded in a low voice, "Idiot! As long as one drinks this water, they will lose their minds. Even those with low cultivation will lose their minds." Yang Bao said somewhat hesitantly, "My cultivation is also not high." Chu Yang almost burst out in laughter. Yang Bao stammered for a long time before he said, "Then we sealed that place and dug in another direction." Chu Yang was greatly surprised again. He thought that something would happen with this spring water. He didn't expect that it would change direction right after. We dug for another half a month. This time, we didn't dig out any spring water. Instead, we dug out 2 claws. Yang Bao sighed heavily. It was these 2 claws that brought about a disaster for the Yang clan. Just a little bit more. Even if the entire clan died in the hands of the Shao clan. 2 claws! Chu Yang's eyes widened. What kind of claws can have such great power? "Sai," Master Yang said with infinite hesitation, "it's all your uncle's fault." "My uncle?" Chu Yang was even more puzzled. "What's going on? What are you talking about? What are you talking about?" Old Mistress Yang finally couldn't help but slap him. "Hurry up and say it." Master Yang felt extremely wronged. "Aren't I talking now? Don't interrupt." Chu Yang rolled his eyes. When those 2 claws were entangled together, one was so thick that it would take 2 people to wrap their arms around it. The other was much smaller, but it was still bigger than the known bird claws. That thick one, very majestic. Facing that claw, one wouldn't even dare to move. It was as if there was a primordial beast in front of it. It could tear one apart at any time. That thin one, it had colorful patterns all over and was shining brightly. Both of them were lifelike. I examined them for a long time but didn't discover anything. After I discovered it, I drew a sketch. So I ordered someone to draw a sketch and secretly sent someone to find out. Then I discovered that one of the 2 claws was actually a dragon's claw and the other was actually a phoenix's claw. Yang Bao took a deep breath. I was shocked at that time. Chu Yang was dumbfounded and almost couldn't speak. I was shocked too. The dragon race and the phoenix race had always minded their own business. Why would there be a huge dragon's claw and a phoenix's claw in a pit? Yang Bao swallowed his saliva and said with some lingering fear. Chu Yang was also considering this question. What reason could make a dragon? Why would a phoenix's claw not let go, and even be buried here together? So I searched through all the ancient records and finally found a book that said, although the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan don't interfere with each other, the leaders of the 2 clans would meet at a place every once in a while to have some important discussion, and the place chosen by the leaders of the 2 races, according to ancient legends, was a place of auspiciousness. Yang Bao laughed bitterly. Back then, when the Yang clan chose Aspen Valley as the place to settle down, the geomancer once said that this place was auspicious and had the omen of auspiciousness. At that time, I only thought that it was a geomancer saying, dismissive, who knew that it was actually really. Chu Yang was already speechless. He was already stunned. A place of auspiciousness. His head was buzzing, full of this word. It was like a bolt from the blue, exploding continuously. The 7th fragment of the tribulation sword. A place of auspiciousness. The 7th fragment of the tribulation. Chu Yang had been so conflicted about this that he was about to have cerebral palsy. He didn't expect to actually receive such shocking news when he returned home. It was really a case of searching high and low for something, only to find it by chance. After a moment of dizziness, he said in confusion, "This kind of news should be kept strictly confidential. How could it be leaked? And even to the point where the whole family had to move to seek refuge?" Old Master Yang stomped his feet. "Isn't that so?" At that time, only me and the two chief stewards knew about this. I reminded them repeatedly not to leak it out. And indeed, it didn't leak out. It's all my fault for having such a cheap mouth. Master Yang slapped himself on the face. "My mouth is so cheap. One time, after I drank, I actually told your uncle. Oh my God, if it weren't for the fact that you only have one uncle, I would have killed him to silence him." Chu Yang was flabbergasted. He broke out in cold sweat and shivered, begging for votes. Gee, I was in the limelight for a while. Just now, I was still writing when 7 or 8 little boys actually ran up to the 5th floor and knocked on my door. When I opened the door, I immediately received an order. "Time's up. Old Zhang, it's time to move." I fought. Escaped to write my story. Begging for votes. RQ. Chapter 1392. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. He admired his Uncle Yang Ruoxiong even more. To think that this guy could be so thick-skinned, Chu Yang immediately made a decision. If there were any important matters in the future, he must never let this uncle know. How is that dog of an uncle someone who can keep a secret? I was really blind. Back then, he kowtowed and swore that he wouldn't leak it out. In the end, he got drunk that night. The words about keeping it a secret were still ringing in my ears, but in the blink of an eye, the whole world knew about it. And this bastard is my biological son. Old Master Yang was miserable. With snot and tears running down his face, he beat his chest and scolded furiously, "Fuck him! Ah, that bastard!" But when he saw old Mistress Yang's livid face, he swallowed half of his words. Smart kids remember network's super fast hands. Chiang was completely convinced. "This works too? There's such a thing." Old Mistress Yang said disdainfully, "Look at how innocent you make it sound. You still have the cheek to talk about your son?" The two senior managers are afraid of leaking the secret, so they stay in the Yang clan compound and don't dare to go home. They usually don't meet people and keep the secret like an impenetrable fortress. Isn't it all your own fault? You keep asking others to keep the secret, but you're happily announcing it yourself. Where did you get the cheek? And you're still talking about your son. Didn't you also say the same to your son after you drank? Ruoxiong, come closer. I'll tell you a big secret. Don't tell anyone else. Old Mistress imitated him perfectly. Then she spat and scolded. The old one is a pig. The young one is a bear. You two, don't talk about each other. Yang Bao pulled a long face and didn't speak. Black lines appeared on Chu Yang's forehead. From a series of black lines, beads of sweat emerged. Not only uncle, if there's anything important in the future, I can't tell grandfather, that this is really going to kill me. Old Mistress took over the topic. She said angrily, "What a great opportunity to build a family business in the land of prosperity. Even the big clans don't have such good fortune. Now, it's in the hands of the Yang clan. As long as we continue to develop steadily, the Yang clan will prosper in a few decades or centuries. Become stronger and stronger? Becoming a feudal lord is just around the corner." If someone else got hold of Sun Lianmian's good news, even if they died, they wouldn't say a word about it. But in our family, it's different. Outsiders didn't even have time to find out, but these two pigs actually announced it to the world. The most infuriating thing that made me want to kill myself was, after the secret was leaked, the two of us actually discussed the matter of who leaked the secret for an entire night. We suspected this and suspected that. Finally, we heard from other people that it was your stupid uncle who leaked the secret when he was drunk. To think that both of you looked so innocent at that time. This old woman really wants to vomit blood. Yang Yang, that time when I came to see you, it was when that matter had just erupted. I used the matter of visiting my nephew as an excuse to avoid the limelight. Then, a few months after I returned, the Shao clan began to take action. Master Yang's face darkened as he was scolded. Occasionally he would raise his head and shake his neck, turn around and look at the roof. There was embarrassment on his face, but it was definitely not unbearable. Clearly, this was not the first time. Master himself had already gotten used to it. Chu Yang held back his laughter and consoled her. "Grandma, please calm down. This is just a moment of carelessness. Cough. You can't blame grandfather and uncle." This sentence, it was really somewhat against his will. You instructed others to keep the secret, and your subordinates all kept their mouths shut. Yet you announced it yourself. Anyone who heard about this matter would also not know whether to laugh or cry, right? Chu Yang felt that if he was also involved in this matter, he would definitely vomit blood on the spot. Luckily, it happened in the Yang clan. If it had happened in other clans that weren't so thick-skinned, there was a high possibility that someone would have died. Old Mistress Yang said hatefully, "If you don't blame them, are you going to blame me?" Taking 2 deep breaths, old Mistress Yang gritted her teeth so hard that they made grinding sounds. "Yang Yang, your grandfather and uncle are so stupid that even the heavens can't tolerate them. So stupid that they can't breathe, so stupid that even the heavens are angry at them, so stupid that even gods and ghosts are angry at them. What are they still alive for?" Chu Yang hurriedly covered his mouth and lowered his head. If his reaction was a little slower, he would have burst out laughing. He hurriedly changed the topic. How did the Shao clan do it? This was the main point. It wasn't as if the Shao clan didn't have any sensible people. What if they discovered the tribulation sword? Although he knew that this kind of thing was not very likely to happen, Chu Yang was still somewhat worried. Old Mistress Yang sighed, exasperated at his failure to live up to her expectations. Originally, this kind of thing shouldn't be publicized by ourselves. Although the rumors were spreading everywhere and we were nervous, the Shao clan actually didn't care. After all, which clan's secret was leaked by the clan master? Although the news spread, the Shao clan would only think that we were deliberately mystifying things at first. But later on, the Shao clan sent people over. They found a few acquaintances to invite your grandfather for a drink. Seeing that he was drunk, they mentioned this matter. Old Mistress Yang looked up at the sky, completely speechless. Chu Yang blinked and asked excitedly, "What did grandfather say?" Of course, your grandfather didn't admit it at first. Old Mistress Yang looked as if she was about to vomit blood. He denied it. If he had said it right away, they wouldn't have suspected and would have just taken it as a joke. But he denied it very nervously right away. Chu Yang was speechless. There were really countless ways to make up for it, but grandfather chose the stupidest one. The more he tried to cover it up, the more conspicuous it was. The rarest thing was that under that kind of situation, he didn't stop drinking even when others urged him to. Finally, he was completely drunk. Old Mistress Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She said, later on he was dead drunk. He patted his chest and swore in the name of 8 generations of his ancestors. "When have I, Yang Bao, ever lied? If I say it's true, it's true." Chu Yang covered his face with his hands. What a weirdo to be able to do this. Grandfather Yang Bao was definitely a weirdo. One had to look up to him. He shone so brightly with a mentally retarded background. He was surrounded by a halo of retardation. Now this old thing actually has the cheek to push all the blame to your uncle. He's the main culprit. Old Mistress Yang roared furiously. Old Master Yang lowered his head, as if he was about to fall asleep. Later on, the Shao clan sent people to investigate secretly. And so, something that made me even more speechless happened later on. Old Mistress Yang sighed repeatedly. Even Chu Yang found it strange. At this stage, there was actually still something that made him speechless. What was it? Back then, after discovering the dragon claws and phoenix claws, this bastard actually didn't get rid of them immediately. He could have asked more people to bring them back home, or he could have just blown up the mine and buried them underground. All we need is feng shui. But this old bastard actually didn't do anything. Old Mistress Yang had a conflicted look on her face. He just stood there underground, exposed. The moment the Shao clan people went there, they saw it. Chu Yang had a strong urge to vomit blood. If he allowed it, he felt that he could vomit all the blood in his body. There was actually such a thing. Then, the Shao clan started to take action. At least that bastard who tricked your grandfather still had some conscience. He secretly told her grandfather, "Hurry up and leave. Our clan's army is coming." Old Mistress Yang heaved a heavy sigh. At that time, your grandfather suddenly came to a decision. He immediately packed up and brought his whole family here to seek refuge. He completely disgraced me. You can't do anything else well, but you, this old bastard, are quite fast at escaping. Old Mistress Yang slammed her dragon-headed walking stick hard on the ground. She was so angry that her breathing quickened and her face flushed red. Old Master Yang muttered, "Isn't it still not that long? It's only about a year or so. Discuss it with your nephew. Perhaps we can snatch it back. A year is not long. Giving birth only takes 10 months. Old Mistress Yang snorted. Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, "I need to discuss this matter with everyone. Snatch it back. We must snatch it back. But how exactly to do that needs to be planned. What a joke. Snatch it back? That's for sure. If I don't snatch it back, where am I going to find the 7th fragment of my tribulation sword?" Chu Yang left almost anxiously. Old Master Yang Bao heaved a long sigh of relief and praised, "As expected of my grandson. He's so attentive to our family's matters." Old Mistress Yang glared at him helplessly. "Why aren't you getting lost? Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough?" With a wave of her walking stick, Old Master Yang scurried away. Mo Tianji and Mo Qinggu were talking in the room. After the misunderstanding was cleared up, their relationship seemed to have returned to how it was in the beginning in an instant. Of course, what made Mo Tianji dissatisfied was that he had already taken a back seat in his sister's heart. The one on the front line was Chu Yang, who took advantage of the situation. This made strategist Mo extremely dissatisfied. Just as he was racking his brains to think of a solution, Chu Yang suddenly came in with a bang. "Mo Tianji, why aren't you in your own room? Why do you keep coming to Xiao Wu's place?" Chu Yang was a little angry. "This bastard, if not for the fact that you're Xiao Wu's second brother, I would have kicked you out with a punch. This is my biological sister." Mo Tianji was also unhappy. "Why did an outsider like you come in?" Second brother, Mo Qinggu stomped her feet unhappily. "How can you be so rude to big brother Chu Yang?" Mo Tianji was inexplicably indignant. "You only saw that I was rude to him? Then why didn't you say that the first thing he said when he came in was that he was rude to me? I have something urgent to talk to you about." Chu Yang grabbed Mo Tianji's collar and lifted him up. Then he turned around and left. Mo Tianji's neck was gripped and he couldn't move. His face was red as he was being dragged out like a dead dog. He could vaguely hear Mo Qingwu's eyes shining as she said, "Big brother Chu Yang is so handsome, so domineering." Mo Tianji almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Not long after, in Mo Tianji's room, an uncontrollable scream rang out. It was Mo Tianji's voice. To think that there's such a thing. Cough, there are 2 chapters today. I'm going to set off firecrackers. Please vote for me. GRQ. Chapter 1393. In his room, Mo Tianji frowned as he listened to Chu Yang talk about the 2 matters. Smart kids remember network, super fast hands. There's such a thing. Mo Tianji was shocked. He stood up and paced around the room. Chu Yang naturally knew that Mo Tianji was referring to the seventh fragment of the Calamity Sword. He was definitely not referring to the fact that Chu Yang had such a great-grandfather and uncle. Mo Tianji had always lacked humor cells. He liked to focus on the most important point. There is such a thing. Chu Yang sighed. Mo Tianji frowned and looked around. Then he suddenly laughed and said, "Your grandfather and your uncle actually managed to survive in the Jianghu of the upper three heavens. This is really strange." Chu Yang frowned. "Let's not talk about this first. Tell me what you think." Chu Yang didn't know either. He came back to deal with the traitor. He didn't expect that this time it wasn't just an urgent problem. It was two. One was the traitor. The other was the seventh tribulation. Mo Tianji pondered and said, "We can't delay the Yang clan's matter. We have to act immediately. Although the Shao clan won't find out, there's always a chance. If, then we'll be in a passive position." With the seventh tribulation, Mo Tianji put the matter of the traitor to the back of his mind. "I know what to do. The problem is how to do it." Chu Yang said, "The Yang clan is less than 2,000 miles away from the Chu clan. To ordinary people, this distance can be said to be a long journey, but to experts, it is not worth mentioning. So, since the Shao clan took over that place, they must be guarding against the Chu clan. It would definitely be heavily guarded. This time, it will be a fierce battle." Mo Tianji thought for a while and shook his head. "Not necessarily. This time, we're in the land of Dragon and Phoenix, bringing prosperity. The Yang clan only knows about the land of Dragon and Phoenix, bringing prosperity. They definitely won't know about the Tribulation Sword." Mo Tianji said, "So, they'll only dig in a large area. They have experts, but they won't necessarily be heavily guarded. As for what's down there, we'll only know when we get there." Mo Tianji said decisively, "But we still need to be fully prepared." This was an operation. It involved the dragons and phoenixes. Ao Shiyun and Rue Butong had to take the lead. Gu Dexing, Dong Wushang, Luo Kadi, Xiedanqiong GMO, and you and I will be the second wave. As for you, if you want to persuade the Moon Breeze elders, one of them will come along to hold the line. Then there will be no mistakes." Chu Yang rolled his eyes. "Operation Tribulation has the Moon Breeze couple taking part in it, but it doesn't smell right. Besides, someone with this level of cultivation would break the balance. Since when has there ever been a peak-grade supreme martial artist taking part in a tribulation? For the path of tribulation, this is very important. It's a big taboo." Chu Yang wasn't talking nonsense. He had heard from Ning Tianya that people with their cultivation couldn't directly participate in the battle of tribulation's unification of the world. Otherwise, there will be serious consequences. The sword spirit had also reminded him many times that the path of tribulation was a path of training. The balance must not be broken. Mo Tianji rolled his eyes and said, "We didn't ask them to take part in any battle. We just invited one of their seniors to have fun. What does this have to do with tribulation?" Chu Yang coughed. Did this guy really know how to say that he wanted to invite one of them to go sightseeing? Just for fun? But it seemed like this idea wasn't bad. Mo Tianji looked at him, somewhat hesitant to speak. After coughing twice, he said, "Actually, Chu Yang, we need to gain experience. This is the most important point, but it's just for experience. As the Tribulation Sword Master, don't you think that you've already surpassed the past Tribulation Sword Masters by too much?" Chu Yang said, "What do you mean?" Mo Tianji took a deep breath and said, "During this period of time, I've looked up too much information. The Lan clan's database has basically been stored in my head. Among the past Tribulation Sword Masters, there were very few who could reach the level of a mid-grade supreme martial artist. And most of them stopped at the 3rd or 4th grade, 5th grade, 7th grade, and 8th grade. And that's the final achievement after the Tribulation Sword Master." Mo Tianji's eyes flashed with wisdom. He said, I don't understand why it suddenly became so much more difficult when it came to our batch. There are also layers of obstacles. But it's undeniable that the average cultivation level of us brothers has already reached the level of a third-grade supreme martial artist. And you've only just obtained the 7th fragment of the Tribulation Sword. Mo Tianji said, I don't understand the Tribulation Sword Masters, nor do I understand the reason. But just on the surface, your achievements have already surpassed all the previous Tribulation Sword Masters. Like now, after everyone accompanied Rui Batong through the Phoenix's nirvana, Dong Wushang and Rui Batong have already reached the level of a 5th-grade supreme martial artist. They've become the leaders, and the other brothers have also reached the critical point. When you obtain the 7th fragment, the strength of our brothers will soar once again. By then, your 7th fragment will completely surpass all the previous Tribulation Sword Masters. Mo Tianji said, so I keep feeling that you've long surpassed the scope of the Tribulation Sword. Or rather, you've long surpassed the scope of the Tribulation Sword in the Heavens continent. Without waiting for Chu Yang to speak, he continued, at this rate, by the time you obtain the 8th fragment, we'll be able to reach the level of the Moon Breeze couple. By the 9th fragment, where will we go? Where will we go? Chu Yang really didn't expect Mo Tianji to consider so far ahead. Based on your speed, how long did you take to obtain these few fragments? It took decades for the previous Tribulation Sword Masters to unify the heavens. The longest was close to 100 years. And how long did we take? At this rate, we'll be able to unify the heavens before we're 25 years old. Mo Tianji said quietly. And after that? Mo Tianji threw out a meaningful question. He said lightly, do you know why I talked about the problem of the big clans when we were at the Lan clan? Chu Yang frowned. I vaguely feel that our future doesn't lie here. Mo Tianji smiled. Chu Yang was shocked. He hadn't mentioned this before, but Mo Tianji had already felt it. Chu Yang took a deep look at Mo Tianji and said softly, yes, our future. It's not here. Mo Tianji's eyes lit up and he smiled. Then what about the traitor? Chu Yang asked. It won't be too late to deal with the traitor after we've dealt with the Yang clan. Mo Tianji smiled and said, she can be used by the enemy. If we manage it well, she can be used by us. A traitor is a treasure. A traitor is a treasure? Chu Yang grinned. Finding out the traitor is just a last resort. The best way is, we know she's a traitor, but we treat her as our confidant. In this way, as long as we use the right strategy, we can get things we couldn't get before. A traitor is just a tool of the big clans. If the big clans can use her, we can use her too. The key is how we use her. I like using traitors the most, especially the enemy's traitor. It gives me a sense of accomplishment. Mo Tianji gently smiled. He extended his hand and slowly clenched his fist. His eyes flashed coldly and he said, for example, the enemy's life. Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, that makes sense, but it doesn't feel good. It's full of obscenity. Get lost. Mo Tianji was furious. He pointed and said, get out. Chu Yang glared at him unhappily. Then he swaggered off. Behind him, Mo Tianji smiled. Outside, Mo Qingwu's voice came, Brother Chu Yang, come here. Mo Tianji's face darkened immediately. He watched as Chu Yang disappeared with a whoosh. Mo Tianji cursed angrily, beast. Then he looked up and sighed. He muttered, looks like I won't be able to escape from this beast's clutches sooner or later. He was at a loss. What's the matter? Chu Yang asked and pulled the little girl into his arms. Mo Qingwu didn't care at all. She leaned into his arms and said, Brother Chu Yang, what's wrong with little Snow? What's wrong? Chu Yang just remembered that after meeting Mo Qingwu, he hadn't seen the wind fox. Didn't you give me a lot of spirit beast cores last time? Then, after coming back, the Moon Breeze elders knew that I was useful and gave me a lot too. Emo Chingu said anxiously. I didn't pay much attention to it and just left it in the room. Later, when I remembered and went to take a look, I realized that so many cores were gone. How many? Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. There's 200. Emo Chingwu's black eyes swiveled around with uncertainty. The lowest is a 5th grade one, and there are a few 7th grade ones. The Moon Breeze couple gave me a few 10th grade ones, 2 11th grade ones, and 1 12th grade one. I don't have any more. Chu Yang's eyebrows twitched for a while. They've all been eaten by the little wind fox? Emo Chingwu said tearfully, It should be. As she spoke, she took out a white thing from her pocket. It was the wind fox. The little guy hugged its head with its 4 paws and slept soundly. It didn't move at all. Chu Yang suddenly realized that the wind fox already had 5 tails now, and a small part of the 6th tail had also grown out. It was like a rabbit's tail sticking out of its butt. Chu Yang's eyebrows twitched again. This little guy, by the looks of it, should be sleeping to digest the medicinal effects, and it had already digested a lot. By the looks of it, the improvement this time was really not small. Once it woke up, it would probably be a very terrifying existence. After all, it had eaten a lot this time. Chu Yang was a little annoyed. Wasn't this guy too gluttonous? Wasn't it afraid of getting a stomachache? None of the past generations of wind foxes had been able to surpass the 11th grade. But this one in front of him had long passed the 12th grade and was now advancing. Could it be that this guy could actually reach the level of being strong and surpassing its ancestors? Create a historical precedent. Read more for the first time. G. Requesting monthly votes. I'll continue to write the second update. Can I get monthly tickets? RQ. Chapter 1394. Chu Yang scratched his head. Smart Kids Remember Network, super fast hands update he couldn't understand. If eating the inner cores of spirit beasts could help one advance so easily, then wouldn't other spirit beasts know? Based on this wind fox seemed to be a little different. But Chu Yang didn't know that since ancient times, how many spirit beasts could bathe in the primordial violet vapor. But when Chu Yang was in Tianji City, he also injected some into the wind fox's body. To the wind fox, this was simply a heaven-defying thing. He was only thinking that Chu Lu'er took out 7 or 8 11th and 12th grade spirit beast inner cores from the Yi clan, and they were all with him now. Chu Yang originally wanted to give them to the wind fox, but now it seemed that it was better to wait until this thing woke up. If this thing exploded, wouldn't Emo Chingu cry to death? This was her precious treasure. But as he thought of this, a thought suddenly flashed across his mind. This thought flashed through his mind. Chu Yang was suddenly stunned and hurriedly caught it. After a long time, he finally remembered. Chu Yang couldn't help but touch his chin and laugh. Looking at the wind fox in Emo Chingu's hand, he was deep in thought. Chu Yang suddenly thought that Emo Chingu was ultimately an important part of him, whether it was in the heavens or in the heavens in the future. She was indispensable. He couldn't be by her side all the time, but the wind fox could. Although the wind fox was powerful now, it might not be much when it came to the heavens. But if he started to increase the supply of inner cores now, would he be able to cultivate a unique divine beast in the heavens? If that was the case, wouldn't it be equivalent to having a super bodyguard by Emo Chingu's side all the time? If it reached a certain stage, in that case, all of his worries would be gone. Chu Yang touched his chin and looked at this palm-sized thing. This was the first time he had spent so much effort on this thing. If he were to make such a plan, then from now on he would have to collect a large number of spirit beast inner cores. The more the better. The higher the grade, the better. He would raise the strength of this little thing at all costs. Chu Yang's eyes flashed, and he secretly made up his mind. Brother Chu Yang, you mean Little Snow? Could it have eaten too much? Emo Chingu said worriedly, Nothing will happen, right? These few days I've been so scared. What if little Snow's stomach suddenly bloats and then explodes? I. Chu Yang was speechless. The little girl's imagination was really rich. It's okay. Chu Yang comforted him. Little Snow is breaking through. When she wakes up, her strength will increase greatly. Mo Ching Wu heaved a sigh of relief. Then she patted her small chest. She looked at Chu Yang with her watery eyes and said, "That's good. Also, Chu Yang, that saber you gave me, I only found out that day it's really powerful." Seeing that Mo Ching-gu had finally relaxed, Chu Yang's heart also inexplicably relaxed. However, when the little girl patted her chest actually heaved up and down. Chu Yang's eyes immediately widened. All of a sudden, her mind was filled with thoughts that were not suitable for children. Mo Ching-gu snorted. Her pearly white teeth bit her red lips lightly. She squinted her eyes and looked at Chu Yang like a little fox. She actually said in a sweet voice, "What are you looking at?" With that said, she took a step forward and exhaled a warm and sweet breath from her little mouth onto Chu Yang's face. Then she stuck out her small chest. He was very arrogant. In that instant, Chu Yang almost turned into a wolf. He couldn't wait to howl at the sky. "Oh my God, please spare me, she's so young. But I can't eat her. Isn't this going to suffocate me to death?" Chu Yang dared to guarantee that if he made any movements now, Mo Tianji would definitely rush in immediately. At that time, he would really be like a mutton that couldn't eat mutton and would have a body full of mutton odor. But this little girl is seducing me. Where did she learn this from? Chu Yang resisted the urge to have a nosebleed. Suddenly, he thought of this problem. He grabbed Mo Chingwu's hand and asked somewhat angrily, "Little girl, where did you learn this from?" Mo Chingwu's face immediately lit up like the morning sun. She lowered her head and didn't speak. "Humph, tell me the truth," Chu Yang asked. It's from the dream, idiot." Mo Chingwu's little face was as red as an apple. Her fingers pinched Chu Yang's waist very familiarly. She said somewhat breathlessly, "Bad guy, in the dream, every time you play tricks on me." Chu Yang groaned and covered his face with both hands. "Oh my God, Mo Ching-gu even dreamed of those things? This is really." Mo Tianji, who was separated by a wall, also covered his face. At this moment, military advisor Mo was extremely angry. He hated it. His little sister at such a young age actually had erotic dreams for a man. What did this beast Chu Yang do in the past year when he wasn't by his little sister's side? Chu Yang was speechless for a long time. His eyes were spitting fire as he said, "Little girl, don't seduce me anymore or else. Or else what do you dare to do?" Mo Ching-gu had a victorious look. She raised her head high and looked at Chu Yang. Instead, she took a step forward. Her little chest was even higher. She said provocatively, "My second brother is here. What do you dare to do?" On the other side, Mo Tianji's face was full of tears. "I finally know that I still have such an important position. Although my second brother can't beat you." Mo Ching-gu turned a little dejected. "Second brother is really useless." Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh. He gently pinched her nose. "Little devil, you're so mischievous." Mo Ching-wu's face turned red. Looking at Chu Yang's face that was close at hand, she seemed to have thought of something, and her face turned even redder. At this moment, her eyes were hazy, and her shyness that seemed to want to look but didn't dare to look was undoubtedly revealed. At this moment, under the candlelight, Mo Ching-gu, who was dressed in red, was hesitant to speak. Her jerky but bold action was simply a charming little fairy. Her eyes turned, and there was an inexplicable sense of seduction in them. Chu Yang looked at her and only felt his spirit waver. He was instantly lost in this deep affection. Chu Yang couldn't hold it in anymore. He hugged the little girl's slender waist. He pulled her into his arms forcefully. At the same time that the warm and fragrant jade was in his arms, he kissed her. Mo Ching-gu was bashful. Suddenly her vision darkened. Then, she felt a face pressing down on her. She couldn't help but open her mouth in shock. Then, her lips were sucked over. So it was Big Brother Chuyang kissing her. Emo Chingu panicked. She suddenly felt a burst of joy. She instinctively reached out to push him away. But just as she reached out, she was worried. What if Big Brother Chuyang got angry? Before she could make a decision, a feeling that she had never felt before suddenly attacked her whole body. She felt her whole body go soft. She seemed to feel that there was a flexible tongue suddenly entering her mouth. Emo Chingwu's brain exploded. She felt as if her whole body was floating in the clouds. She was dizzy and didn't know what to do. She only felt that her body was floating up, floating and floating. That flexible tongue stirred in her mouth. Then, Emo Chingu found that her lilac tongue was attracted. At the moment when the tips of their tongues touched, Emo Chingu felt as if her soul was floating. She closed her eyes involuntarily. She instinctively tiptoed and welcomed Chuyang. It was as if she wanted to crush her body in Chuyang's arms to welcome Chuyang's love. Chuyang kissed the beauty in his arms carefully and gently. He felt as if he was completely lost. It was as if at this moment he suddenly returned to the purple bamboo forest in his previous life. Suddenly, a kind of sad love rushed into his heart. He murmured vaguely, "Chingu, Chingu." He hugged her tightly. His voice was full of sad and desperate love. It was as if he used all of his heart, all of his feelings, all of his life, to call out this name. A silent melody seemed to rise in Chuyang's heart. It was endless and indistinct. It was as if someone was singing softly and someone was dancing with the wind. You and I once met, thousands of rivers and mountains in the purple bamboo forest. I was down in the world, and your dance could topple cities. The bloody Jianghu road blocked your tenderness. How much love and hate, how much of the past. It was all in my heart, as red as blood. The road of the heartless swordsman to Jun Wuching. When I regretted that day, you were already a pool of blood, who knew that I hated the earth and the sky. I wanted to hold your hand, but you were in the netherworld. How much love could only go with the wind, could only be hurried. I met you again in this life. How could I miss your face again? How could I miss your tenderness again? The world has a lover, and this life is not alone. When two people are in love, thank the heavens. In this life, I can finally hold you in my arms again. In this life, I can finally hold you in my arms again. Don't ask for Jun Chingu. Chingu is also about love. Gently dance with the moon, dancing with the vast sea breeze in the sky. I will dance with you in the mortal world, and dance with you for life. Her voice was faint, and I don't know where it came from, and I don't know where it went. Chuyang kissed Emo Chingu. His heart was full of happiness, and it seemed like it was about to explode. In this land of happiness and satisfaction, tears rolled down his cheeks. Chuyang had always been a strong person. In 2 lifetimes, the number of times he cried could be counted on one hand. There was almost nothing that could make him cry. However, only Emo Chingu could easily hit the softest part of his heart, making him feel unbearably sad. Who would know that after missing out on a lifetime, he would carry that eternal regret, only to discover that he could start all over again and meet again and hold her in his arms again. That kind of feeling? Emo Tianji, who was next door, was about to rush over angrily, but then he heard Chuyang's soft voice. That kind of soul-stirring and bone-deep love. Emo Tianji rushed out 2 steps and suddenly stopped silently. He sighed silently with a complicated expression. He looked at the silver-white moonlight outside the window and stopped moving. Big Brother Chuyang. Emo Chingu's hot cherry lips suddenly came into contact with something cool. She couldn't help but open her eyes from her intoxicated state, only to find that it was Chuyang's tears. "You're crying." Chuyang woke up from his endless dream and finally confirmed that Emo Chingu was indeed in his arms. He couldn't help but smile emotionally. Yes, These are tears that I owe you. Emo Chingu licked her little tongue lightly, and her expression became complicated. She recalled the ecstasy of the dream, and the saltiness of her tears sliding down her lips and flowing into her mouth. She murmured, Chuyang, your tears are also salty. I've been writing this chapter for a long time. I want to complain, but I feel like I have nothing to say. I can only say this. It's very painful to write. G. Seeking monthly votes. RQ. Chapter 1395. Chuyang hugged her and lowered his head slightly, pressing his forehead against Emo Chingwu's smooth forehead. He said softly, in this world whose tears aren't salty, the taste of sadness, bitterness, and despair, whether it's an emperor, a general, a commoner, a demon, or a saint, are all the same. Emo Chingwu listened in a daze. Suddenly, she reached out her small hand and gently wiped away the remaining tears from the corner of his eyes. She said seriously in a low voice, Brother Chuyang, I promise you won't be sad in the future. Smart children remember the net. Super fast hands update the net. She pursed her lips and said, as if she was swearing, I will never make you sad, even in the next life. Chuyang's heart shook. Looking at the little girl's serious expression, he wanted to say, this sentence should have been said by me, but you beat me to it. But when the words reached his mouth, they turned into a gentle and satisfied sigh. He stared into Emo Chingwu's eyes and said wholeheartedly, I believe you. Emo Chingwu smiled brightly and nestled in his arms. She said dreamily, Brother Chuyang, the feeling of being in your arms is really so blissful. It's as if I've been in your arms for all eternity. It's so familiar and intimate. The two leaned against the window and leaned against each other. For a long time, neither of them was willing to move or make a sound, for fear of disturbing the beautiful silence now. At this moment, Emo Chingwu gave herself to Chuyang wholeheartedly, and Chuyang also completely let down all his guard and completely relaxed. The only thing he could do was to enjoy this night with Emo Chingwu. Next door, Emo Tianji was already lying on the bed. He actually didn't practice martial arts tonight, nor did he plan anything. In fact, he had already fallen asleep. Faint snoring sounds could be heard. He seemed to have let go of the biggest burden in his heart. So, Emo Tianji also needed to completely relax for once. Emo Tianji, who was sleeping, had a happy and comfortable smile on his face. Unknowingly, the east was slightly bright. The night had actually passed. The morning wind blew over. Chuyang and Emo Chingwu both felt a little cold. Emo Chingwu reluctantly raised her head from Chuyang's arms and then took 2 steps back. Looking at the wrinkles on Chuyang's black clothes that her face pressed against his chest, she couldn't help but wrinkle her nose and said regretfully, It's dawn. Chuyang also felt a little unsatisfied. That's right, it's daybreak. Emo Chingwu giggled. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something, and her small face turned red. She raised her head and quickly glanced at Chuyang. Then, she suddenly lowered her head again. Even her neck was red. She stammered for a long time before she said in a low voice, Big brother Chuyang. Aye, what? Chuyang asked in puzzlement. Aye. Emo Chingwu tilted her head. Her face turned red, but she still bravely said, I like it. You kissed me. Chuyang smiled dotingly and rubbed her hair. She whispered, Brother Chuyang also likes to kiss you. Emo Chingwu's black and white eyes rolled. Then, when there's no one around, we'll kiss again. Chuyang said excitedly, Okay. His stomach groaned as he thought. She was always teasing him, yet he couldn't eat her. It seemed like he was going to suffer in the future. Did you know that when that kind of impulse comes up and you can't find a way to vent it, a certain place will hurt a lot? However, although he was a little beastly today, but Little Wu's first kiss was Chuyang licked his lips and suddenly revealed a lascivious smile. It was very sweet. Minister Chu had endless aftertastes. Mo Chingu obviously didn't have such concerns. The little girl was already giggling. She turned around and walked away. With her hands behind her back, she skipped a few steps in the room and said, "And this saber you gave me, I really like it. It's nice and sharp, haha." He frowned. "It's just that killing people is too disgusting." Then he smiled in relief. "Fortunately, the saber doesn't get stained with blood. Otherwise, it's really—" Speaking of dreaming of a Qing Wu saber, Chu Yang suddenly remembered. It seemed that now was the time to strengthen the weapons of his brothers again. At present, he really had a lot of heavenly treasures in his hands, and he even had gold essence and jade. After this upgrade, the weapons of his brothers would definitely be a level higher. He couldn't let those heavenly treasures rot in the tribulation space, right? Looking at Mo Qingwu's dreaming of a Qing Wu saber, Chu Yang smiled. "Little Wu, give me your saber." Chu Yang took out the gold essence and jade and put them together with some other materials. He was about to get to work. The great battle was imminent. If the weapons could be upgraded to a level higher, it would be extremely beneficial to the brothers. In fact, Chu Yang was even thinking of using the souls of purple crystal and various heavenly treasures, as well as Shui Lei Han's fine wine, to upgrade the strength of his brothers again during this period of time. Only then would he feel more at ease about this trip to Aspen Valley. "Little Wu, go and call your second brother, Dong Wushang, Gu Dexing, and the others over. Tell them that I want to reforge everyone's weapons." Mo Qinggu agreed and walked out briskly. In the tribulation space, the sword spirit, who had been in seclusion all this time, suddenly spoke. "Lord Sword Master," the sword spirit said, "I've been thinking about that strange spring water." Chu Yang was startled. He asked, "What spring water?" "Oh, the spring water from the mines in Aspen Valley? The one that confuses people?" The sword spirit said, "That's right. Ever since old Master Yang mentioned this, I've been thinking about it. Now I finally have some clues." The sword spirit's voice was rather low. "If I'm not wrong, it should be where the evil illusionary jade crystal comes from. Wherever the evil illusionary jade crystal is, it will definitely give birth to a spring called Evil Spirit Illusionary Spring. Some people also call it Evil Spirit Illusionary Water. The water that the Yang clan drank should be the outermost spring water that seeped out after being diluted countless times." Chu Yang perked up. "What do you mean?" "The evil illusionary jade crystal from the great elixir land?" Chu Yang was rather excited. If he could get the evil illusionary jade crystal, then wouldn't he have more than half of the great elixir land? At present, he already had mysterious ice jade ointment, mysterious yang jade essence, heavenly poison jade crystal, mysterious jade spirit ginseng, wind and thunder heavenly heart, and heavenly jade ointment. If he added the evil illusionary jade crystal, Chu Yang's saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth. Almost all of them. Only the ethereal heavenly crystal and mysterious heaven divine essence left. The great elixir land has all kinds of effects. It's not necessarily to save people or help them. Instead, it has its own effects. And the evil illusionary jade crystal is the most special one, because the evil illusionary jade crystal can save people as well as harm them. For those who have lost their minds, are split, or are dispirited, the evil illusionary jade crystal can heal them and also make them worse. And the evil spirit illusionary water also has such an effect. However, it's still a little inferior to the evil illusionary jade crystal. As for the other great elixir land strange effects, I don't know about them. Now, the people of the Yang clan have lost their minds after drinking that water. As far as I know, in this world, other than the evil spirit illusionary water, there's no other type of water that has such an effect. Chu Yang nodded. He expressed his understanding. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. He said, "That's not right." The sword spirit said, "What's not right?" Chu Yang frowned. He thought for a while. He said, This is the land of dragons and phoenixes bringing prosperity, and also where the 7th fragment of the tribulation sword is. But the sword spirit said, "Of course." Chu Yang said, "I remember you once said that when we were in Great Zhao. The 7th fragment of the tribulation sword will be accompanied by the appearance of the heavenly crystal spirit spring. And this heavenly crystal spirit spring is 100 times stronger than the vitality spring water. But now, if what you said is true, then this is the evil spirit illusionary spring. It's thousands of miles away from the heavenly crystal spirit spring. They can't be mentioned in the same breath. So, does this mean that there's no tribulation sword here? Or, what you said back then was simply wrong?" Chu Yang frowned. The sword spirit smiled faintly. "Your memory is really good. Back then, I just said it casually and you remembered it completely." He paused and said, "This is the land of dragons and phoenixes bringing prosperity. As the name suggests, both dragons and phoenixes are here. And dragons and phoenixes are 2 groups of ancient rulers. Although they don't interfere with each other's business, they look down on each other. They can't be said to be mortal enemies, but they never get along. So, dragons and phoenixes will never live together at any time. This is the reason. Dragons and phoenixes are the mascots of the common people on the continent. Even the emperor calls himself a dragon, and the emperor must wear a dragon robe. This is the reason. But there's a big mistake in this, and that is the pairing of dragons and phoenixes. Generally speaking, the emperor wears a dragon robe, and the empress wears a phoenix robe. It's a big mistake to think that they are a pair. There are also people who say that dragons and phoenixes symbolize the harmony between husband and wife. This is even more nonsense. Dragons and phoenixes are completely unrelated," said the sword spirit. Chu Yang humbly accepted the advice and said, "I understand." But he was puzzled. The sword spirit's reaction to the matter of dragons and phoenixes being equally famous was clearly too intense. Why was this? He was just a sword spirit. Why was he so? Chu Yang couldn't describe what he was feeling. It seemed to be indignation. Indignation. The sword spirit took a breath and said, "Also, dragons are actually not so upright. As the ancient saying goes, evil dragons and phoenixes. Dragons are lustful by nature and have a seductive nature. Chasing after beauty is the favorite of dragons, and they don't reject anyone. The extent of their lust is outrageous. So, this evil spirit illusory spring corresponds to the dragon race in the land of dragons and phoenixes bringing prosperity. Also, dragons are naturally stingy. Every dragon is a standard money grubber. Also, dragons are narrow-minded and short-sighted. They are arrogant and think too highly of themselves. In my opinion, dragons are really the most detestable race. Phoenixes are different. Phoenixes are naturally upright and loyal. They have always been the most beautiful symbol. They are pure and noble, have a big heart, and have always been responsible for saving the world and benefiting the people. They are benevolent and righteous, and have noble character and unquestionable integrity. Chu Yang looked at the sword spirit with black lines all over his head. This guy, after infinitely belittling the dragon race, actually raised the phoenix race infinitely. He trampled the dragon race into hell, but raised the phoenix race into heaven with one hand. Today's update. I will continue to write and strive for a stockpile of chapters. Brothers, you are really cruel. 1,000 people voted, and more than 100 votes didn't let me rest. Boo-hoo! This is a good comparison. In an office building, everyone went to play during the New Year. Some danced Yanko, some set off firecrackers, and I was the only one working overtime upstairs. Then there was a joyous atmosphere all around. Writing in this kind of situation is torture don't you know? Chapter 1396. The sword spirit wasn't stingy with his praises for the phoenix. He went on and on for half an hour, but he wasn't done yet. All in all, the phoenix's nobility, benevolence, forgiveness, and righteousness caused it to be at odds with the dragon race. Therefore, in order to restrain the evil of the dragon race, there will naturally be a sky crystal spirit spring that can purify the world and eliminate hallucination poison. The sword spirit heaved a huge sigh of relief. Therefore, if there are evil illusionary jade crystals and evil spirit illusory springs in the dragon and phoenix, bringing prosperity place, then there must also be misty heaven crystals and sky crystal spirit springs. Therefore, this time, if you can get the 7th fragment of the tribulation sword, you will be able to take 2 of the great elixirs for yourself. Chu Yang felt dizzy for a moment. He was even more certain that the sword spirit was definitely related to the dragon and phoenix races. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so agitated. At the same time, Chu Yang felt as if he had been hit by a huge pie that fell from the sky. This huge surprise made him dizzy for a moment. Smart kids remember network super fast hands 2 pieces of great elixirs at once, and 2 big exotic spring waters, and the tribulation sword, and the remains of the dragon and phoenix. If this wasn't a pie that fell from the sky, what was? Of course, this pie would only be his if he ate it. If the sky crystal spirit spring is combined with the spiritual spring water now, it will become the Holy Spirit spring water, which is 1 step higher than the spiritual spring water. With this buffer, when you want to get the spirit seed and catalyze the spring of life, the quality of the spring of life can reach the most perfect level in an instant, or even exceed it. The sword spirit said, when that time comes, you will have a unique treasure in your hands. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. In that case, this place of dragon and phoenix bringing prosperity is actually so good, the sword spirit said. This is the real place of dragon and phoenix, but it's not bringing prosperity. Instead, when the world was destroyed, the leaders of the dragon and phoenix races had no choice but to join forces. When they fought against that mighty figure who could fold the heavens, they failed here. That's why there's such a strange phenomenon. The sword spirit said, dying together with a dragon is really something a phoenix can't tolerate the most. Chu Yang was speechless. Evil dragon, dying together with a phoenix is simply tarnishing the phoenix. The sword spirit said hatefully, all right, if you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have remembered it. The sword spirit said, speaking of evil, look at your brother Tribulation. Ao Shiyun is a dragon. One could tell from his name that he was no good. There was a word evil in his name, but Rue Batong was different. How humble was it to directly say that he didn't know anything about it? Modesty is the greatest virtue. Chu Yang wanted to faint. This could be explained in this way. He didn't come up with this name himself, right? Besides, after interacting with him for so long, why can't I see the slightest bit of modesty in Rue Batong? I only saw this guy being arrogant and domineering. Moreover, although Ao Xieyan's name had the word evil in it, he wasn't evil at all, other than being a little stingy. But this kind of stinginess was relative to his own brothers. However, he was definitely not stingy. The sword spirit's words were obviously biased. Mo Tianji and the others had already arrived while Chu Yang was talking with the sword spirit. In their eyes, Chu Yang had lowered his head. It seemed as if he had sunk into a state of deep contemplation for a long time. Therefore, no one dared to disturb him. They all quietly waited at the side. What is boss doing? GMO muttered in a low voice. He should be thinking about something. Rue Batong was full of himself. Actually, this couldn't be blamed on him. Right now, Rue Batong was full of smugness. Originally, he was among the brothers. He was the one at the bottom. Now, he had become the one with the highest cultivation. Even Gu Duxing's cultivation wasn't as high as his. How could this not make Rue Batong ecstatic? If Chu Yang hadn't gathered everyone here for something, Rue Batong would have challenged him long ago. In fact, he had even thought of a slogan. Second brother Gu, come, let me teach you a lesson. I'll beat you into second brother soft. Ao Xieyan said, are you thinking about something else? Is boss feeling melancholy? Rue Batong smiled. Boss is thinking. Why is Xia Danqiong a rabbit? Why isn't Ao Xia Yin a rabbit? Ever since this guy learned about the situation back then, he couldn't stop talking about it. He had practically become a warmonger. Along the way, he had already fought with Xia Danqiong several times. This time it was even worse. He even brought Ao Xia Yin into the picture. And, for some reason, once he said this to belittle Ao Xia Yin, Rui Batong suddenly felt very good. He had a feeling of a surf singing a song. It was as if the clouds had been pushed aside to see the blue sky. It was too good. That was the kind of extreme pleasure that came from the soul to the spirit and then back to the body. With such thoughts in mind, Rui Batong added, maybe Ao Xia Yin has long been a rabbit. Back then, he was together with Meng Luo for such a long time. Everyone knows that Meng Luo is a pervert. Maybe Ao Xia Yin has long been. Ao Xia Yin was pissed. He exploded at once. He rushed up at once. Rui Batong was waiting for this moment. He shouted, "Watch me beat the rabbit up." With a somersault, they were instantly engaged in a fierce fight. Ao Xia Yin was only a third-grade beginner supreme martial artist now, while Rui Batong was already a fifth-grade supreme martial artist. Under the suppression of absolute strength, Ao Xia Yin was beaten to the ground in just a moment. By the time Chu Yang opened his eyes, Ao Xia had already turned into a pig's head. When Chu Yang opened his eyes, he realized that there was a huge commotion around him. When he turned to look, he couldn't help but believe the sword spirits' words a little more. Wasn't this right beside him, and a dragon and a phoenix were fighting like a litter of pigs? Facts spoke louder than words. But this was only the sword spirit side of the story, and it was very biased. He would have to see the land of dragon and phoenix bringing prosperity before making any plans. Ao Xia Yin limped forward and hugged Chu Yang. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. "Boss, you have to help me. I also want to become a fifth-grade supreme martial artist." Chu Yang was stupefied. He almost burst into tears. "Xia Yin, it's not just you. I also want to become a fifth-grade supreme martial artist." Ha ha ha. The few of them laughed. "Stop fooling around. Take out your weapons and tell me what you want." Chu Yang said seriously, "The battle is imminent. Let's settle the hardware first." The first was, of course, Gudaxing. With a flip of his hand, the black dragon sword appeared in his hand. "Boss, I don't need it to be sharper. I just need it to be tougher, so that my black dragon won't get hurt easily. There's no need to change its length, width, or thickness. It's okay to make the sword a little heavier, preferably 23 to 24 kilograms. Chu Yang focused his eyes on the black dragon sword. He saw that the sword was shining all over, and a sense of joy and gratitude seemed to be faintly spreading. Gu Daxing's first request wasn't to kill the enemy. It was to take care of his sword. This made the black dragon sword, which had already begun to develop a spiritual nature, react naturally. A sense of relief and joy, the kind of feeling of a gentleman dying for a bosom friend, filled it at once. Gu Daxing himself didn't expect that his first request would make his divine weapon completely integrate with himself. Gu Daxing couldn't sense it, but Chu Yang's and the sword spirit's combined divine senses could sense it completely. The sword spirit side. Another true godly weapon has appeared in the world today. As a sword spirit, he naturally knew what the fluctuations of the black dragon's sword represented. If a sword had a spirit, it would have a heart. If a heart, it would have a soul. If it had a soul, it would need to belong and attach itself to it. And the black dragon sword, an ancient divine weapon that had gone through who knows how many generations of masters, finally and completely recognized Gu Daxing at this moment. From this moment on, in the whole world, only Gu Daxing could use the black dragon sword. To put it inauspiciously, if Gu Daxing died one day, then this black dragon sword would also explode at the same time. This was a real spiritual sword. The second was GMO. I also want to strengthen my sword. It's best that the weight doesn't change. If it can be dozens of times sharper, of course, it's best. Chu Yang rolled his eyes at him and said, "Put down the sword. Get lost and wait at the side." Mo didn't care about his impoliteness at all. He put down the sword and excitedly went to the side, sighing. Alba hasn't abused me for a long time. He actually missed the abuse very much. All the brothers were speechless. Dong Wushang stepped forward. My dark saber has been a little light recently. It's better to be heavier and stronger. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. The others also had a look of disbelief on their faces. 570 kilograms. You still think it's light? How heavy do you want it to be? Asked Chu Yang. 1,500 kilograms should be the most suitable. Of course, if it's an 8th grade supreme martial artist, if it's only this size, 1,500 kilograms, that would be the best, said Dong Wushang proudly. All the brothers were shocked. 1,500 kilograms. This guy really dared to say such things. Chu Yang agreed, very readily. Okay, the original shape is the same. 1,500 kilograms. I'll do it for you. Dong Wushang was overjoyed. Thank you, boss. Next, Luo Kadi also requested a sword. Ao Xiun also asked for a sword. Rue Batong, on the other hand, requested, I don't need an increase in quality. I still want the original short sword with some flaws. Give me another 1,000 kilograms, that's fine too. Ao Xiun said fiercely, What do you want so many for? Are you going to stick them in your butt like a phoenix's tail? Chu Yang and the others laughed. Ao Xiun's words were really a stroke of genius. Xie Danqiong naturally still wanted to make viburnum flowers. Furthermore, the Duke of Viburnum Flowers raised a request. Can you make me different colors, different weights like that? 8 or 10 sets. Chu Yang agreed readily. Mo Tianji said, Danqiong's viburnum flowers are best used when people are least expecting them. I suggest that you get a sword to fool people. Also, the sword can't be too inferior. Xie Danqiong felt that it made sense. He kept praising Mo Tianji, saying that he was indeed a sly man of his generation. He was indeed vicious. Finally, it was naturally Mo Tianji. I want to refine the fan. It would be best if you could give me a good purple jade flute that can be used as a weapon. I also want a sword. The sharper the better, and it must be light. It would be best if it's not even 50 grams. Lastly, I also want 2 hidden swords, 2 blades for the bottom of the boots, a soft sword for the waist, a rebounding blade for the back, and 2 triggering swords for the chest. The series of requests made all the brothers admire him so much that they wanted to prostrate themselves in admiration. Sly people are indeed sly people. I can't compare. Recommended a new book. Bandits Rule the World, a Xinxia novel. Those who are interested can go and take a look.